How we doing? Did it a little bit differently this year than last year, but they worked so hard at it. It's the four chaplains ceremony. It's a pleasure to work with them. I worry that over the years, everybody's slightly smaller. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Is the mic on?
Testing.
Not very loud.
Good evening, everyone. There we go. That's better. Thank you. Welcome to the City of Palm Coast City Council business meeting. Today is Tuesday, February the 7th, 2023. It is 6:02 p.m., and we are in the community wing of City Hall. If I would ask you all to please rise and join me with the Pledge of Allegiance. Following the pledge, you are welcome to remain standing for a moment of silence to reflect, meditate, pray, or pause for a moment. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. If the clerk would call the roll, please.
Alphen.
Present.
Vice Mayor Danko.
Here.
Councilmember Carly Pontieri.
Present.
Councilmember Hyder.
Present.
Councilmember Clufus.
Present.
Mayor, all members are present.
Thank you. We will now move to public participation in this evening's, I'm sorry, let's do the minutes first. So I do have minutes on the agenda for the meeting of January the 17th, 2023, a business meeting, and also January the 31st, 2023, a special workshop meeting. I'm going to ask for a motion.
I'll make the motion.
I have a motion from the Vice Mayor to approve, a second from Councilman Clufus. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Does the clerk have the count?
Yes, motion passes
Thank you.
5-0.
And now we'll move to the public participation portion of the agenda. In order for city staff to be able to respond to your questions or concerns, please fill out a comment card with your contact information. The comment cards can be found on the table near the agendas or available from the Communications and Marketing Director seated in the back. Anyone wishing to speak may approach the podium, provide their name, and may speak for up to 3 minutes. This portion of the public comment should focus on matters not on the agenda. Please direct all, and let me just make a notation there, if you have comments about items that are included in tonight's agenda, if you would, please hold them until we reach that section of the agenda. I think they'd be more appropriate there. Everyone will get a chance to make their public comment. Please direct all comments to the mayor, be concise and to the point. Avoid delaying or interrupting the proceedings, and do not make irrelevant, impertinent, or slanderous comments. Any person who becomes disorderly may be barred from making any additional comments and may be removed. And with that, I would open up the podium for public comment. Please, who would like to make public comment? Yes, sir.
Hi, good evening. Joe Runak, 7 Courtney Court. I've spoken previously, and I would like to speak again about the proposed cell phone tower at 7 Clubhouse Drive, and speak to it in a negative way. The area, it is an inappropriate spot for this particular cell phone tower to be erected. I am not against cell phone towers in general. I know some have come up here and spoken about the need for them. It's more of the location. This is directly very near a retirement home, a bicycle shop, a very busy marketplace, and actually a school bus stop right at Clubhouse Drive. No one is an expert regarding the health issues of a 5G cell phone tower. The fact of the matter is, we do not have one there now, and we do not want one. The biggest thing we see are natural trees, roughly 70 to 80 feet high. This is a 15-story, 150-plus foot high that is going to be a tremendous eyesore. Again, I believe the homes in the area will absolutely be devalued as far as anyone looking at it and looking at it now. All you see is the hammock, which is a huge plus for our community. If you're going to put this tower up, it's going to loom over the entire area. There again, also, as far as the health issues, no one knows for sure, okay, whether there are or not. The fact of the matter is there are a lot of residents that would be very, very close to this tower, myself included, approximately 300 feet. I have previously invited, and I would like to invite again, the entire city council, the mayor, Ms. Bevins, also as far as an open invitation to see things from our point of view. My property at 7 Courtney Court, I believe, is one of the closest, if not the closest, to this proposed tower. Do not issue the special exemption, deny it, let's look for another spot, and we can all be happy where we are in the C section. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Is there a next speaker that would like to address City Council at this time? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Steve.
Steve Carr, Palm Coast. Florida Park Drive's a residential street. And so far as the traffic along Palm Harbor or Palm Coast Parkway increases, so does the cut-through traffic on Florida Park Drive. According to FDOT, it's approximately 9,000 cars per day using this residential street. Air quality scientific studies by World Health Organizations and universities over 20-plus years prove there are residential areas with health problems within a city with good air quality. The harm in these areas was not being detected by cities' testing equipment. So for 20 years, the World Health Organization and universities have studied the people's health in their environment in these areas. Their studies proved that health problems were more prevalent among the children and the elderly in these areas due to close proximity traffic to homes and prolonged exposure to traffic fumes, dust, and noise. Some have disease or disabilities early in life and some much later in life. Their health has been harmed no matter what the overall air quality of the city is. The closure of Florida Park Drive for infrastructure maintenance proved that emergency vehicle routes can be changed to protect the health of the residents that live on Florida Park Drive. Use of traffic calming methods to reduce the volume of traffic will help reduce the fumes, dust, and noise. The issue is that there is way too much traffic using Florida Park Drive as a cut-through. It's changing traffic from one parkway to another parkway. Again, that traffic increases as the traffic increases along the parkways. I would like to know what the city has in store to help the residents of Florida Park Drive protect their health from the fumes, the dust, and the noise. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Bruce Stone, Cimarron Drive. Most of the council members, I sent you several emails this week. The National Safety Commission of America, safety, encourages all cities to go to speed bumps or speed cushions, speed tables. It's getting ridiculous on Cimarron. People drive down there 50, 60 miles at a 20-mile-an-hour zone, so a 30-mile zone. Secondly, I spoke to the state of Florida. You may know him, Michael Sanders. His department says if you want speed signs changed, the city council has the provision to do it. They don't have to go to the state. It's not necessary. Thirdly, these people, the engineers, they tell you there's no problem on Cimarron, then the official report comes out, there are problems on Cimarron. When is this city council gonna do something? I'll tell you personally, if I get hit, I'm suing. And I'll sue the engineer that sent me an email, there are no problems on Cimarron. I won't hesitate to sue. There are people that are ready to hire an attorney to get fights for this. Safety. That's it.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Kathleen Mock, 70 Covington Lane. I wanted to discuss this multifamily housing that's up to 40 on Clubhouse Drive, 400 multifamily housing. My worry is not so much the housing, but we already have a large problem with traffic over there and congestion, and as he was talking about Florida Park Drive, it would also add to more congestion. I also heard about Palm Harbor and more issues with that. So I heard that they had some, it was mentioned that it had been already voted partially to change the
So are you referring to an agenda item that we're discussing later in the evening?
I believe so, because I was reading on a thing that it was being discussed today.
So if I could ask you, if you hold your public comment until we get to that item, I think
Okay.
it'll be more appropriate then.
Thank
Oh,
you.
is it
Sorry
okay?
about that.
Thank you. Next speaker, yes, sir.
Hello, thank you for your time. My name is Brian Beard. I'm a public affairs specialist for the Small Business Administration, Disaster Assistance, and trying to spread the word to everyone about the assistance available for anyone that had damage from Hurricanes Ian or Nicole. And I have been working in the county for a while now, but Want to make sure that we haven't left any stone unturned as far as making sure all the residents are aware that we have low-interest, long-term loans available for anyone with damage to their home or personal property or business. We work alongside FEMA and have loans up to $200,000 for homeowners and up to $40,000 for homeowners and renters for personal property, as well as up to $2 million for businesses that had physical damage. And we also have economic injury loans for any business that had a drop in sales because of the hurricanes, that provides working capital until they can get back on their feet again. The loans up to $25,000 are without collateral. There's no interest or payments for the first year. And for the homeowners and renters, it's only 2.3%. And for businesses, 3.3% after that first year. And the term can be up to 30 years to give people plenty of time to pay that. You can also get, if somebody's waiting for their insurance settlement, they can get a loan to start rebuilding and repairing until that insurance money comes in, and that could be used to pay off the loan. You can also get a loan just to cover the deductible from insurance and add another 20% of the total amount of damage, including what's covered by insurance, for mitigation to prevent future damage. And we also have a disaster recovery center still available down at Daytona Beach at 1845 Holzenbach Drive at the Volusia Health Department, and a business recovery center for SBA on Jackie Robinson Drive at the library on City Island for people to go directly to get assistance. And I shared some documents with your office that can be distributed to anybody that, and put on your website for anybody that might be interested. And also we're having a training and workshop up at the Jacksonville Library on February 16th for any business owner that wants to learn more about an economic injury loan if they had a drop in sales, so they can get specific advice for that. And we also have Small Business Development Center representatives, business consultants that are available to help business owners to go through the process and give them specific advice on doing that. So I just wanted to let you all know, and so we make sure everybody's aware of what's available to them. And also wanted to give a quick shout out to Jordan Myers and Jackie Gonzalez from your planning department, and Barbara Theodore from your economic development department for giving me some good leads and advice on expanding my outreach. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment, and please make sure that our Director of Communications has your contact information and your information.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Mary Kay Hayward. I live on Florida Park Drive, and I have to cross the street to get to the sidewalk. It has been made clear that the Flagler County Sheriff's Office will cite a pedestrian for crossing the street if a pedestrian versus vehicle incident occurs on Florida Park Drive. On more than one occasion, as I have been more than halfway across the roadway, a car or truck traveling 35, 40 miles an hour does not want to slow down. Instead, they flip you off or yell obscenities to you and tell you to get out of the way. Not just Florida Park Drive residents. The same scenario applies to the residents of the 85 homes off of Flynn Way, the 56 homes off of Fairhaven, the hundreds of homes off of Flintstone and Flower Hill, et cetera, et cetera. On numerous occasions on my daily walks, it has been impossible and dangerous to enjoy this simple pleasure due to the construction and other trades blocking the one and only sidewalk. According to the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices 2009, it is stated, quote, "It is a significant potential exists for vehicle incursions into a pedestrian path. Pedestrians should be rerouted or temporary traffic barriers should be installed," end of quote. As you will clearly see from the photos attached here too, there is absolutely no plan for pedestrians ever when any type of permitted work is done. What I don't understand is why this is allowed by our building department, our traffic engineer, our city manager, and ultimately our director of stormwater and engineering Even worse is that you will see from the photos that our city workers do not adhere to the required temporary traffic control plan either. This brings me back to the council's decision to not install the previously approved traffic calming islands after viewing Mr. Cody and Mr. Grunwald's presentation for this one-off unicorn. When Mayor Alphen asked what the reasoning was for these islands and if this installation would decrease traffic counts, Mr. Grunwald replied in the negative, and nothing more was said. He did not inform our new council members that this allocation was in response to mitigating the sustained noise levels per the study done by the city on July 30th, 2019, which states, quote, generally, heavier traffic volumes, higher speeds, and greater numbers of trucks increase the loudness of roadway traffic noise, end of quote. That's what the traffic calming islands were intended to affect, as well as resident safety. In closing, I trust that all council members actually read the P&S paving bid for the island installation. I trust you saw the $6,225 each trash receptacles, among other items. You should have picked that bid apart. Regardless, if you don't want the islands, what measures to replace it? It's not okay to just pass and move along. Please do what's right. Start a discussion, a workshop, a plan B, or find the funding to complete the recommended mitigation islands, revise the scope of work, and get something done. In the end, it's only going to get worse as you continue to want to build traffic-producing residential and commercial properties north and south of Florida Park Drive. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Is there another speaker that would like to address City Council at this time? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Celia Puglisi. I live in Palm Coast since 1991. I cannot support or agree anymore with Mary Kay Hayward and Mr. Stephen Carr on Florida Park Drive. Shamefully, I had to move. I moved from Florida on a corner of Florida Park Drive in 2003 for the bad problem they already had. Now it's 100 times worse. I'm in total agreement here with Mr. Joe Ronak about the cell towers you want to do on us. We have 2 homeowners associations in each side of these towers, plus neighbors like Mr. Ronak. The houses on Carson Park Estates are less than 300 feet from the towers where little children live. You cannot reassure us the long-term effect of this 24/7 living under these towers, and you won't take responsibility for that. Now, I'm going to tell you something. If we walk like I drove in Utility Drive, where in the last couple of years, I think it was, because I just saw them, you installed 3 of these towers, and PSP, owned by the city, parcels. What is on each of these towers? If anybody approaches that, you're going to read a big white sign that says, alert, notice, you are entering a radio wave zone, okay? Now, you want to put those towers under us, living with our children 24/7, elderly, any type of residents. You need to locate these towers where they don't affect anybody. These towers in Utility Drive, I have the real serious feeling that I have already affected 1 person in that area. Read those signs you have in those towers, and then tell me why do you want to impose those towers so close to us, less than 300 feet from Carson Park Estates. My homeowners association, which I am the president, and I care for all our members, that we should live safe. You should be first thinking about the safety of the residents when you take these decisions, okay? So how many towers like that in Grand Haven? None, okay? Probably. But there was the idea coming from over there to install a tower that is going to serve that area right among us, in between Lake Forest Park, Carson Park Estates, and Courtney Lane. This is very unfair. So you need to rethink this, and also, please, think about the people in Cimarron. Think about the people in Florida Park Drive. Please, open for the people of Florida Park Drive. Open that useless close in 2015, Forest Grove, which is a waste of a road, closed to traffic, sir. We need it open. We need more roads, no roads closed in Palm Coast. We don't have enough roads. We need to widen roads. Thank you so very much.
Thank you for your comment. Yes, sir, next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, Larry Stencil. I live also in Carlson Park Estates. I have comments about the harbor side, and I'll reserve, as you already requested, just let me have 1 minute. I want to tell you, my wife has become the first statistic of what you're hearing from these other people. My wife was run down and fell flat on her face, on her jaw. She's injured seriously, severely. She hasn't eaten in 3 weeks except for fluids. I live 47 feet away from Clubhouse Drive. We were walking to the community center 3 weeks ago to attend a lecture. We wanted to walk across to catch the sidewalk. She misjudged a speeding vehicle, as you're hearing, fell flat on her face, and was severely injured. This is a gigantic problem on Florida Park Drive, on Clubhouse Drive, on Palm Coast Parkway, everywhere in town, but especially there where we're talking about. It's a severe problem, and you need to do something. The roundabouts or speed bumps, I don't know. My wife's laying in bed right now because she can't eat. I'll speak again. Thanks for your time.
All right, I appreciate your comment. Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that would like to address? Yes, sir.
Gary Kunis, C-section. First, Al Cryer was visiting my home several hours before he passed, and his last comment was, "I'm going to die before the city does anything for safety, if they ever do." And we've come up with several things, and I understand the plight of Florida Park Drive, but it does not compare to the concrete dust that's flying around. You all need to do something quickly about that, because that has a poison in it that causes lung cancer, which we've talked about before. And there's so much of it around, it's just laying on all the houses. And the last house that was built, the neighbor's house is covered with it, and they're not even there. And that will etch into the surface of their boat, their car, their house, their finishes, etc. Because several meetings ago, I gave a device to the young lady over there, how to stop the pressure from the new fiberglass seawalls. Tomorrow, they have not implemented that on one cross from me. Every time the tide comes up, the water goes back out and takes the sand into the canal and refills the canal with more sand, making it shallower and shallower. That needs to be taken care of. A couple of years ago, over there on Cherokee West, they built a new home. When the builder was done, he threw all the stuff in the canal. The neighbor said, "What do you do that for?" He said, "I always do that." He called the city, nothing was ever done. He called DER, they came in the next day and made that builder remove everything he threw in the canal out. The other day I went out and the neighbor had a tree service in there trimming the trees. "Oh, look, they're putting it in barrels. Great, they're gonna take it away." A couple hours later, no, they dumped it in the canal, both barrels full. Now this gotta stop, you all gotta do something. The biggest thing I ran into the other day was I put a new air conditioning system in. Electrical inspector came out. I had Ed Danko stop by also. The new air conditioning systems have now a breaker switch on the air handler, like they do outside, so they can turn it off without going to the main panel. Safety feature. The electrical inspector saw that. He said, "Well, I want a 60 amp breaker in the main panel." "You want a what?" 60 amp breaker. The wire that goes to that panel is rated at 45 amps. You don't put a 60 amp breaker on a 45 amp circuit. The 7,000 BTU, or the 7,000 watt heater draws 33 amps, well within the 45 amp cluster. Okay, I had contacted Denise about it. She called, had the main chief inspector come over. He looked at it and he says, "You're right." Okay, if this man's going around putting 60 amp breakers in homes, he's picking up a potential of fire hazards. My training, electrical engineering, mechanical engineering with NICET training. And the fire chief knows what NICET training is. And I have a paper here with the formulas that calculate amperages.
Thank you for your comment. Is there another speaker that would like to address City Council at this time? Yes, sir.
Ed Fuller, Palm Coast. Honorable David Alphen, Vice Mayor Danko, Honorable Teresa Pontieri, Honorable Kathy Hyder, Honorable Nick Klufas, I'm sorry, Steve. I'd like to thank everybody for coming out here today to listen to these remarks I'm going to give, I hope. But it's supposed to be a joke. Well, good. Well, that said, I want to thank Mayor Alphen and Vice Mayor Danko for coming to Al Cryer's service, his funeral mass, and a celebration of life. That was awfully magnanimous of both of you gentlemen to take time out of your day to honor such a great, wonderful, truly fantastic leader. And the family and all the friends and all the people in the C-section really appreciate what you all had done. Also, I'd like to point out there are several additions in this city that I've noticed, and one is across from the, I believe it's on Old Kings and Palm Coast Parkway where we have new signage up there. The Palm Coast, the reason I know that, when I do campaigning, holding up signs, that one was kind of raggedy, but the one you got up there is off. It's great. Whoever did that work, fantastic. Congratulations to them. Also, we had Stormwater, I believe it was. They came in our neighborhood in Cimarron and Cherokee and Comanche, and they did a heck of a job in those swales. And I know we talk about the traffic surveys on Cimarron. The safety employed by those employees to make sure people traversed back and forth while they were fixing those swales, they did an amazing job. Thank God they didn't get hit. But I just want to thank the Stormwater people for doing that. And unfortunately, there was just too many people to get their names. And I don't want to look like I'm a police officer looking for a complaint, because I wasn't. They did a great job. And also, whoever drives that tractor that has an extended arm that clears the vacant lots from the foliage, what a job he did. It was amazing clearing those vacant lots. They look great. And last but not least, I want to thank you for the Tunnel to Towers event that you all put on. I want to thank the Parks and Recreation, the Sheriff's Department, and for the record, I did not pull the plug on the sheriff when he was speaking. The generator went out, and I guess it was time for him to end his speech. But thank you for all you do. God bless you. Happy Valentine's, everybody, and thank you for all you do.
Thank you for your comment. Is there another speaker that would like to address City Council? Yes, sir. And just a moment. Do we have seats available for the folks that are standing? I think I see some empty seats. Can we accommodate them?
Hi, Mayor, members of the council. Greg Blasset, President and CEO of the Palm Coast Flagler Regional Chamber. Normally, I email this information to you, but since we're all together tonight, I figure I'd just come up here and quickly share it with you, which is we had a very surprising half-point drop in the unemployment rate as of the Department of Economic Opportunities report on Friday. So I wanted to share with you because December, this is a lagging indicator, so the numbers are always behind, but December's unemployment rate in Flagler County was 2.7%. That's a half-point drop, and December's a good time to look back at annual numbers because most people have it in their heads that way with a calendar year. So if you wanted to look back at it, in Flagler County, we have 1,823 more residents that have jobs compared to last year. Our workforce has grown by approximately 1,700 residents, and we have 134 fewer residents receiving unemployment benefits than we did a year ago, which is the equivalent of about a 10% decrease. So that's pretty much the information I wanted to share. It indicates that we have a really strong state and local economy happening here in both Florida and Flagler County, so keep up the good work, and that's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any additional members of the public that would like to address City Council at this time? Seeing no one approached the podium before I close public comment, as a as a part of our initiative discussed at our past workshop to further engage the community and raise our bar in communication to the public, I'm going to ask City Manager, are there any of the comments or questions that were made during public comment tonight that you would like to address, or you would like to refer to staff for additional research to follow up with the individuals that made the comments?
Thank you, Mayor. So the public comments we heard tonight had a strong theme of safety and wanting to make sure that when you're in the community that you're taking opportunities to be safe on a personal level, but also how we as an organization, as your City of Palm Coast, takes that information and takes action afterwards. Now, the comments that we heard that came through comment cards, we're going to follow up with you directly and make sure that you receive the information to help support your concerns. From this dais, Mayor, I've heard that safety in neighborhoods is a priority and heard that loud and clear tonight. And also, Vice Mayor, you previously made a comment of that we should do a big comprehensive event to bring attention to public safety and also what we can do with sharing information to better the public with an awareness. And we're in the works on that. We're planning that. And so that's something that's going to come to the community as a comprehensive approach to share what we learn not only from you as our citizens, but also through stakeholder organizations like the TPO. And Mayor, you serve in that capacity, and that really brings a resource here locally.
Very good. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, with that said, I will close the public participation portion of this agenda, and I would again defer to the city manager for the next item on our agenda under presentations, and take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a really exciting presentation, and the reason it's exciting is because it's engaging our young artists. And to the merit of our feedback we heard from our citizens, this is our annual health and safety calendar, and we're really showcasing what we believe in, not only with what you just heard for the public welfare, but within our organization. One of the speakers talked about the Tunnels for Towers. That closed out our Mayor's 30/30 program, and we're here to continue the message. And I personally got to meet some of these young artists, and I'm amazed by their talent. I really am. So I'm going to turn it over to Carol Minnie, our urban forester, to take us to the next part of the program.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Council, and Palm Coast residents. I'm Carol Minnie, the urban forester for the City of Palm Coast, and also the coordinator for our Health and Safety Calendar Awards. And I'm really excited to be here tonight to honor our fantastic artists that we have here that are members of our Palm Coast family. I do want to mention before we get started that you will see a few slides that I had to switch around. So what you have in your packet will not actually match what you see, but the information is there. It's correct. So to get started, let me introduce my partner in crime here, the fabulous Peter Roussel, who is our utility director. So he's going to be helping me pass out the awards and the ribbons. So we'll go ahead and get started. For those of you who are kind of new and have not seen this calendar before, I'll just explain the categories. So it's for any children that are relatives to city employees, so that can be daughters, sons, grandchildren, nieces, nephews, or cousins. We do age groups 3 through 6, 7 to 10, 11 to 14, and 15 to 18. And that our judging criteria, we look for 40% for the originality and the creativity of their message, 10% is the aesthetic quality, 30% is their clarity of their message, and then, of course, we have to do the 20% adhere to contest rules. So we will start out with our honorable mention awards, and we are going to go through the youngest to the oldest. There we go. So the youngest here, we have Sophia Minnie. She's age 7, and yes, she is my daughter. Come on up, Sophia. So as you can see, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, haha, that she talks about don't mess with bees because they pollinate to make our food and our fruits, and they will sting you if you happen to get too close to them or swat at them. So be nice to our pollinators. Thank you, Sophia. Congratulations. All right, our next honorable mention is Sarah Yashenko, age 8. She is the daughter of Alma Rock Yashenko, and she works for our Parks and Recs. She is the aquatic supervisor, and Sarah's message is wash your hands. I think several of my coworkers asked me, is that the COVID virus there? I said, I'm not sure, but it could be. I don't know. So I see that Sarah is not here, but we will make sure that she gets her prizes and her award. Next up is Viviana Tyner. She is age 8. She is the daughter of Mr. Ray Tyner, the Deputy Chief Development Officer. And I love her message here where she gives you the checklist like I always like to do, pros and cons. She does yes or no. So eat a lot, yes. Drink a lot, yes. Eat fruits and veggies, yes. Don't drink too much Coca-Cola though. And go outside a lot. She says, don't eat too much ice cream and don't pile up on the sugar. So thank you, Viviana. That's wonderful. And if Mr. Tyner is here, I'm going to make sure he takes the gifts home to her. Congratulations, Viviana. Next up for our honorable mention is Mackay Jefferson. He's age 8. He is the son of Crystal Gardner, and she is the administrative assistant in the IT department. Come on up, sir. There you are. Congratulations. And as we were talking about safety, his message is talking about always look both ways when you're going to be crossing the road, and hopefully because this person, I think, lost a couple of arms in the crossover. Great work, thank you. Congratulations. Next up for our honorable mention is Lila Philippe. She's age 9. She is the daughter of Lily Philippe, and she is our code enforcement clerk. And where would we be without her? She keeps us all straight. So she's talking about nowhere to go. You have to choose your roads. Which way are you going to go? Come on up. Come on up, Lila. Thank you. Thank you. Wonderful. Great job. And last, oh wait, I think this one is the last one, but honorable mention is Lily Neiman. She is age 10. She is the daughter of Dan Neiman, and he is our utility systems operator. And her message is an apple a day will keep the doctor away. I heard somebody say it does not. Well, we can try. So awesome, thank you, Lily. I see she's not here, but we'll make sure that she gets her gifts. So now, since we've gone through our honorable mention, thank you so much. And I hope that you all will try again next year for our calendar and do some wonderful artwork for us. So now we're going to move on to the winners of our 3 to 6-year-old. So with second place, we have Davis Pence. He is age 8, and he is the son of Angie Davis, our multimedia associate. Come on up, sir. Fantastic. And his message is to brush your teeth twice a day. There's a sad tooth on the end. I think that one got missed somewhere along the way on those 2 days. Now, guess what? First place is Davis Pence, so you better come on back up here. Do I get another hug? All right. He's sweeping it here. So the son of Angie Davis, the multimedia associate, and a great message talking about safety, and it's always buckle up. Safety first. Make sure those kiddos are in their booster or car seats or they're buckled in. Great job. So now we move to our winners of the 7 to 10-year-old category. And here we have the third place. It's Maylee Miller. She is age 7. She's the granddaughter of Lee Miller. He is our building and fire inspector. And actually, I know that Maylee is in the mountains with her family, so she's having a great time. And I'll make sure that she gets her award. But you can see here she's talking about inspiring and calling 911 and making sure that you get help. I love her laying in her bed there. And the doctor's going to come and check her out. So congratulations, Maylee, if you're listening. Second place is Sarah Pinellas, age 9. She's the granddaughter of Marco Pubil. He's our utility systems chief operator. And I love her drawing here. It's swim with a friend. Keep safe in the ocean. So you always want to make sure you're out there with somebody. I think it's a fantastic drawing. Great job, Sarah. And first place, we have Harper Pence, age 9, son of Angie Davis, the multimedia associate, and also the brother of Davis. Come on up here. Great job, and he's talking about getting a good night's sleep. I actually live by this. If I don't get a good night's sleep, I'm just not a happy person. So now we move to our winners of the 11 to 14-year-olds. In second place, we have Lucas DeFritas, age 12. He is the grandson of Marga DeFritas, and she is one of our senior permit technicians. Although as of last week, or was it earlier this week, she actually retired, so we are really going to miss her. But come on up, Lucas, if you're here. Yay, Lucas is here. And I love his message about stop plastic pollution. A lot about the oceans and microplastics is going on right now, so it's a lot of things to pay attention to. And you'll see some more of this information coming out in the public, especially during our Arbor Day celebration. You know, I always got to plug that, right? Now, our first place winner is Violet Pinellas. Look at this beautiful dragon, and she's talking about being prepared during storms. And she is age 12. She is the granddaughter of Marco Pubil, and he is our utility systems chief operator. And I don't think Violet is here, but we will make sure that she gets her award as well. But I'd like to congratulate all of them. They did a fantastic job. And now we're gonna, yes, thank you. They did wonderful, right? But now to give you the calendar cover winner. It's Davis Pence, once again, age 12. I mean, age 6. I just doubled you in twice. Come on up. Wow. Right over here, look at that. Exactly right. I'm going to show you what he got as far as his little plaque. That's big, I know. Here, why don't you hold your plaque and show everyone how you did. But you got to turn around because everyone's facing. There we go. Wow. So he is our calendar cover winner. Fantastic job, Davis. Wonderful. And I'd just like to say there is, if any of you did not get a copy, please feel free to grab one. They're over here by the door as you walk out. wonderful calendar. They will definitely put a smile on your face every time you flip it over month to month. So thank you for allowing me to be here to do these awards.
So stay just for a moment.
Okay.
First of all, thank you for overseeing this incredible initiative and project. But there's obviously, at least for me, there's a theme that is loud and clear that comes through the artistic composition. And what it says to me very loudly is we need to listen to the youngest members of our community, because from the public comments that I just heard to the artwork I just saw, there are threads of continuity, there are reinforcement, and the young folks have a feel for what's going on. So don't ever discount them. Look at them, because they are the future. And I'll just make one other comment. I had the pleasure of speaking to one of the artists, and I was talking about the Turtle Trail, which many in the audience are familiar with. Each of the turtles around the area are painted with the theme of a master artist from history, usually, I think always. And I made mention of the name of a piece of artwork, and that young gentleman knew that the artwork was created by Vincent van Gogh. Now, at his age, I can promise you this, not only had I not ever heard of Vincent van Gogh, I certainly didn't know how to pronounce it, nor could I spell it. So it gives me, again, great hope and optimism that the younger generation is so far ahead of where we might have been that we have to look to them for the future. So thank you again for showing us the path.
Thank you. Thank you for the time and supporting the program as well. Thank you. I think we're doing a photo. Okay, okay.
Yeah, let's go. Everybody.
All right, ready? We're gonna look straight ahead. 1, 2. Davis, put it down. Put it down a little bit. There you go. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
We now move on to the next portion of our agenda. Before we begin today with the council business portion of the meeting, I want to take a moment to discuss city council processes relating to approval or denial of items presented to council at all business meetings. For each workshop, city council receives a comprehensive overview of each item. At that time, it is council's opportunity to provide opinions and ask questions on each item. Just a reminder, items that are quasi-judicial in nature will require council to base their decisions on only what is presented at the scheduled public hearings conducted at the scheduled business meetings. The purpose of a business meeting is for council to review and weigh all of the evidence and take action with decisions based on all information presented both at the prior workshop and today. So with that, I will move to item H, ordinances second read, and I would ask council to please read the item into the record if you would.
Thank you, Mayor. This is agenda item H3, the rezoning application 5132 for the Harborside MPD. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, providing for the amendment of the official zoning map as established in Section 2.06 of the City of Palm Coast Unified Land Development Code, amending the official zoning map for 17.64 acres of certain real property generally located at the east and northeast sides of the intersection between Clubhouse Drive and Palm Harbor Parkway, and being more particularly described in the attached Exhibit A, from Harborside Inn and Marina Planned Unit Development to Master Plan Development Zoning District, approving the Harborside Master Plan Development Agreement, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date. City Council, as the mayor stated, this is a second read of this ordinance. It's also a quasi-judicial matter, so if you've had any ex parte communication since your last disclosure, where the first meeting was, would you please disclose them for the record? The contents of that communication and whether or not it will affect your decision-making ability today.
Received letters, emails, both pro and con, will not affect my decision today.
I've also had communications, both pro and con, which will not affect my decision today.
I've had communication as well. It will not, I will base my decision on the evidence presented at the prior workshop and today's meeting.
I have also had communication, but it will not affect my decision-making.
Yep, I also had communication, mostly confirmation of information that was coming to me through email, and it will not impact my decision made tonight.
Thank you, council members. Councilor, does that satisfy your?
Yes, thank you.
Very good.
Mayor, City Council, Ray Tyner. Okay. Development Officer for the city. As you recall, on January 17th at the business meeting, you directed staff and the applicant to try to reach a consensus on the number of units and on our conditions in Section 10. So staff and the intern before this meeting went back with the applicant, had several meetings and conversations with them, and we did come to, as council directed, a compromise. As you recall, at the first reading, the applicant was asking for 432 units that equated to 25.5 units per acre. Staff's recommendation at the time was 310 at 18.3 units per acre. The compromise was kind of in the mid at 371 units at equaling 21.9 units per acre. We also discussed and made some changes on Section 10 to make it a little bit tighter. There was 2 of those items that staff and the applicant could not agree upon. But with that said, Mr. Hoover will have the staff presentation a little bit more detailed than my brief introduction, has some slides, and he will discuss those details of Section 10 as well.
Good evening.
Mr. Hoover.
Senior Planner Bill Hoover from Community Development.
Bill, you might have to use the arrow instead.
Harborside MPD is 17.64 acres, and it's located on the east and northeast sides of the intersection between Palm Harbor Parkway and Clubhouse Drive. The owner wants to rezone it from PUD, or Planned Unit Development, to Master Plan Development in order to complete the project. This sort of gives you a little summary of the consensus or the number of units. So lots 1 and 2 we have to take out because those are considered commercial type uses. So we end up with about 17 acres. So previously the applicant had proposed 432 units and 25.5 units per acre. Staff had conditionally agreed to 310 units and 18.3 units per acre. And as Mr. Tyner pointed out, the updated analysis and consensus found the midpoint of the 2 proposals was the best solution, which was 371 units, which is 61 more than staff had previously supported and 61 less than the applicant had proposed. And the density agreed upon was 21.9 units per acre. This shows the expected uses on lots 1, the ship store with fuel sales and 84-slip marina will remain. Lot 2 is reserved for a restaurant, and it can also be combined with a ship store expanding over there. Lots 3 and 4 are where the bulk of the proposed new homes would go, and up to 269 as proposed. And Lot 5 is still for townhomes, and on this plan they show 30 units. Lot 6 has the existing 72-unit condominium, and then in the middle of the drawing you can see the existing parking garage, which has 525 spaces and it's 5 stories. The new residential uses will be located on 3 and 4 and Lot 5, and Lot 5 still has those townhome lots. This means the reduction of the 61 units will be taken from lots 3 and 4, which in staff's opinion makes the project much more compatible with the existing neighborhood. This allows it to meet the comprehensive plan policy 1.1.2.2, which states the permitted densities and intensities within a master plan development shall generally follow those allowed within the corresponding zoning districts associated with the land use designation assigned to the property. Deviations from these density and intensity standards may be permissible in order to promote and encourage creatively planned projects and in recognition of special geographical features, environmental conditions, economic issues, or other unique circumstances. So additionally, City Council recommended that the applicant and staff get together to review the items that were located in Section 10 of the Master Plan Development Agreement. And basically it was a compromise between staff's original 8 items and the applicant's conditions that they brought to the last City Council hearing. Agreement was reached on the following items. The owner would provide the city an easement and construct a welcome to Palm Coast sign on, it would be equal to 1/4 of the monument sign that they would locate out there along the intercoastal waterway, essentially for boaters. And it would be, the city's sign would be a minimum of 15 square feet of that. Additionally, the owner would remodel the gazebo pavilion, also located along the intercoastal waterway. The ship store would have a material renovation, or they would construct a new one. Additionally, the owner would maintain the clean marina designation from DEP, and if for some reason that program goes away, they would be held to those same standards that exist today in that program. The owner would continue operating marina fuel sales as long as it's commercially reasonable viable. And the owner would provide the city a right of first offer for 1 year from the development order. So this would equate to some kind of development review, like a subdivision master plan or technical site plan. The owner would provide 3 wet slips for when the restaurant is constructed. And then Lot 2 is reserved for the restaurant or a restaurant combination uses with the ship store. So staff is able to recommend approval, and I wanted to show you our two conditions that we're suggesting to the city council to take a look at and make a determination on these. The owner would construct a 5-foot wide sidewalk accessible to the public that would connect from the existing trail located on the west side of the Intercoastal Waterway, and then traveling west, you can see it in yellow, adjacent to the drainage canal and south of the condominium in the parking garage over to the roadway there. And there's already an existing sidewalk that comes into the property, so they would just connect into that. The second staff condition is about we're suggesting the existing boat ramp would remain and be available for official government operations during emergency events. Just a reminder, on October 19th, it's been a while now, the Planning and Land Development Regulation Board recommended denial to City Council to rezone 17.64 acres from Harborside Inner Marina to planned unit development to Harborside Master Plan Development. Given the recent changes to the request as presented following the first reading, staff recommends that the City Council approve the proposed MPD application number 5132 and the Harborside MPD Development Agreement to rezone the 17.64 acres from Harborside Inn and Marina PUD to Harborside Master Plan Development with the two conditions I just outlined before. And additionally, as conditioned in the Master Plan Development Agreement at this time, staff believes the project meets the following requirements of the Comprehensive Plan's Goal 1.1 and policies 1.1, 1.1.2, and 1.1.2.2 in the Land Development Code sections 3.0304, 3.0304B2, and 3.0304D. And the applicant's team is here, and I believe has a PowerPoint presentation.
Mr. Hoover, does that conclude your presentation?
Sure.
Very good.
Good evening. Jay Livingston with Livingston and Sword, 391 Palm Coast Parkway, Southwest Unit 1. Really quick, I was told that there might have been an issue with my email to Virginia with the PowerPoint presentation initially, and it included a copy of the planning memo from Lara Dietrich, who did the planning presentation last time, so I'm just going to give that to her to put into the record. And this document is referenced in our PowerPoint, but it's a copy of building plans that are on file with the city. I downloaded them from the clerk's website that shows the original PUD design as well as the unit and square footage that was approved in the existing PUD. So I'm just going to.
Counselor, pull your mic just a little bit closer so I'm sure everybody in the back can hear.
I have to lean because I have this thing here. Let me just shuffle some things around.
While you're doing that, city council members, I've gotten some comments. If you would either lean in or pull your mic closer. Some of the folks online sometimes have some trouble hearing us when we're speaking. So if you would just kind of, please.
And we gave you a fairly long and extensive presentation the last time, so I'm not going to go through everything. We're going to just highlight the changes that staff already summarized, and then allow you all to have time to ask us questions as well as the public to speak, so we can then address any issues that come up at the end of the presentation. So I'm going to be really quick with this part. This is just a picture of the existing facility as it exists today with the existing condominium and the remaining vacant land, the pool, the gazebo, and the existing ship store. This is a version of what I just handed to the clerk, which is the existing PUD that shows the 378 total residential units, including some condo hotel units and resort condominiums, and 47,000 square feet of restaurant, as well as the existing parking that the parking garage provides, and the parking on site that was proposed in the PUD. These elevations, again, are just shows you what exists, or what would exist if the existing PUD is built, much higher than what's being proposed and much more massive in terms of its intensity over the overall site than what's being proposed. This is the concept plan that Mr. Hoover showed you, which is an example of the various uses that are approved in the PUD or the MPD agreement that, if laid out with a hotel, how it would look on site. Our entitlements, this has changed since the last time you saw it. Now, the total multifamily residential or townhomes cannot exceed 299 units new. So the number that's been given to you, the 371, actually includes the existing 72 condominiums. So there won't be 371 new units. There'll be 299, up to 299 new units once we get into site planning. That's the maximum that will be permitted. You guys got a lot of information, both from myself, my client, and as well as Ms. Dietrich, but this is what we believe is why this MPD is better than what's currently existing, what's currently approved, and that's less traffic, lower height, less commercial, which has an impact on the type of traffic that would be coming in and out of the site, better safety because we're separating commercial from residential in terms of pushing the residential to the back, commercial to the front, so the people on site will have more privacy, better views, the ability to create a really authentic mixed-use project that we can all be proud of once it's built. The unit count, although it has been lowered, ensures the financial feasibility of the project to maintain existing infrastructure, to maintain the marina, and to have a project that would stay quality over a long term. And then also just in a massive addition to the tax base, which primarily the multifamily will add. Multifamily has a significant benefit to the tax base. Here's just an example of the trip generation. This is actually from the original presentation, so the traffic actually is going to be reduced even more by the unit count reduction, but this is a reduction in trips from the MPD compared to what's currently approved in the PUD. This highlights the reduction in units. Before, you saw a slide that showed you the number of units we were adding. This actually shows a number of units that we're reducing. In addition to the reduction in units from 47,000 square feet of total non-residential uses, we're down to, we're now reducing the non-residential uses as well by 28,900 square feet of what's currently permitted in the PUD. That's what helps reduce the traffic, reduce the overall impact of the project. These are the plans that I submitted to you, and the reason I provided them, even though it's a rehash of what you've seen before, is that this shows you how just massive and how much space, how much floor area, and also impervious area the current PUD would allow. The reason I put this up there is even though the PUD was approved with application of the policy to allow an increase in units or in square footage, the actual entitlements, which is in a table on the plans I submitted to you, lays out both the 755,000 plus square footage that the project was going to entail and the 378 total units. This is just a rehash of the table that's in the plans that I showed you. This is what's actually approved right now. If a site plan was submitted under the current zoning, it would allow up to 378 units, including up to 755,000 square feet of floor area. Which is not permitted in the current PUD. We have a limitation on floor area tied to what's permitted by the comp plan, nothing exceeding that, as well as a agreement to keep our unit count at 371. So it's a total reduction in what's currently on the books as the approved zoning for the property. As we noted before, this project was originally tied to the golf course, and that has been completely removed from development by the donation of the remaining lands. which removed 161 additional residences to the area, because the original PUDs were related. They actually referenced each other. They were part of a unified project plan. I'm not going to go through this because this was covered the last time in the staff report, but the policies in the comp plan that authorize you all to increase the density is laid out in this slide. It was thoroughly discussed at the last meeting and by staff as well as Ms. Dietrich and myself. The basic breakdown of those is that all of the elements in the comprehensive plan are met by having a creatively planned project, by recognizing the special geographic features of the site, by recognizing the environmental benefit of the reduced plan, the economic issues that make developing the site so difficult and why application of the policy is necessary, and all the other considerations, primarily the fact that this site has already been developed for that much larger project that is on the books and approved, and including the only parking garage in town and a stormwater system that was designed for that original site plan that's in place, ready for another development to come in and utilize it. And with that, we're here for your questions, or if you'd prefer, we can wait until after public comment to address any questions that come up.
So first I'll go to City Council. Are there any technical questions while we have the applicant and staff available before I go to public comment? Any questions at this juncture?
I do have a few questions for city staff. And looking at the materials and what was previously recommended from the applicant, on October 6th, you all specifically, and I'm sorry, I'm trying to make sure I talk into the mic, Mayor. On October 6th, staff in their professional planning opinion suggested that the standards that were supposed to be implemented, which were those 8 standards, would justify making this a creatively planned project pursuant to policy 1.1.2.2. At that time, staff's recommendation was that the units be increased to a little over 18 units per acre, and that the 8 standards be met. As we sit here today, it seems that staff has recommended approval of over 21 units, and those 8 standards are still not met. So my question is, what's the change? What now makes this a creative planned project pursuant to policy 1.1.2.2, where these conditions previously did not meet that policy?
Okay, on the first read, the policy of 1122, okay, it allows it as a policy decision for city council. We've only used that policy one time, and that was for this project on the first approval of the master plan development. At that time, city council provided a bonus, so to speak, to allow for a 20% increase in intensity. So our recommendation at the first council meeting was mimicking that. We have a new plan now. You know, it's not the original MPD with the resort and the hotel. This is a totally different plan. So we were bound from the historical policymakers of that 20% increase, okay? So, you know, it's not a technical exercise, you know, it is a policy. So, you know, we heard that city council gave staff direction at the last meeting to go back to look for a compromise with the applicant. So what we did is we went back with the applicant, and that compromise is, you know, that 50% of that density, to increase that by 50%. So that's how we got to that area. Now for section 10, in staff's opinion, what makes, you know, that 1122, those conditions that make this different than, you know, another multifamily. So in considering that, we went back and we tightened up a lot of that language, such as the restaurant. The restaurant wasn't a given at our first council meeting. Now it's really tight. The development agreement stipulates that, you know, the zoning of this would just be for a restaurant. So if everything's developed around it, that lot would have to be for a restaurant site. So that's just one example that we compromised, or not compromised, but we really worked with them to tighten that language. Now, one addition that that the applicant had at the last meeting that wasn't part of our suggestion was the gazebo on the intercoastal, to improve that. You know, that's a good thing to do for a community. It's old, it's tired, but it is private too. You know, it's a private gazebo. So the only items that we had on our first reading was for the trail, their nature trail, just for on their property. Some of that sidewalk would fall outside of their property. We're not asking them to do that, but just to have that connection, because the existing MPD already has the development agreement that's in place now requires for that to be open in the public. Now, since it's a new plan, it doesn't make sense, and I don't think the existing residents would like, you know, the public in their backyard, so to speak. So our suggestion was to, great, do away with that, we agree with that, and to have the sidewalk for that interconnectivity to the trail. And then the boat ramp itself that we had on the original, that we couldn't reach a compromise to that, but that is solely just for use for emergency purpose. We weren't asking for it to be open, just that it would be available if it's ever used. It might not, you know, it's never been used, but it really is one of our limited access to the waterway in Palm Coast. So it's just those two things.
Thank you, and I appreciate the work that you all have done. Don't get me wrong, I don't want to dismiss that. It's greatly appreciated because it was a strong suggestion. My other question that I had, and this might be directed better towards the applicant, in the list in section 10 of the items that you all have decided you would do, it does state in sections C and D that you'll renovate, remodel, or construct respectively, the pavilion and the ship store. However, in parentheses, it says, or submit an application for permits for same. So when we're talking about tightening up the language and making sure that the applicant or whomever actually ends up developing this property does actually do these things, it seems that you're giving yourself somewhat of an alternative there to renovating, remodeling, or constructing, or submitting an application for permits. So is there a reason that specific language was added into these two sections?
Yes, ma'am. This just has to do with the timing of everything. It's all required. But we wouldn't necessarily want to rebuild the gazebo first before, or the ship store first before we have other things that are being staged for construction. So because these conditions have to be met either before or concurrent with, we would have a permit in to do that construction, but it may be built second after some other improvement on site is done, just to show it's not damaged with construction of other items. It's still a requirement to be done. It's not we submit a permit and then we can't build it. We would be in violation of the agreement if we didn't meet all these conditions. It's just when we come to you, so initially this MPD approves 264 units. That's what the comp plan allows. We submit an application for the townhouse development for 30 units. On Lot 5, that doesn't trigger the policy. We're still way under the threshold. When there's a site plan submitted where we exceed that number, that's when these conditions have to be met. And it's very possible a permit for the ship store goes in first, it's reconstruction, it's not an issue. But if the timing of it is aligned up with development of an adjacent site, the restaurant site, or a multifamily piece, or a hotel, we just want to make sure that we're not in a position where we have to build something out of sync with what would be proper staging for the development. It has nothing to do with trying to get out of the obligation. It has to do with just being able to time it appropriately. So the permit, the checklist item that staff would go through to make sure we meet the conditions, as well as you, because that's the thing you have to understand. This is an MPD. We are getting zoning approval. This tells us what the maximum of what we can build and the conditions in which we will build it. But in order to actually move forward with construction, we have to submit site plans. Master site plans, overall development plans for the subdivision, and ultimately technical site plans. At some stage of that, the application of any application that exceeds 100 units is going to come back before you. And you're going to have an opportunity to go through these conditions to make sure they're being met before you can approve us moving forward. So it's really just a matter of staging, and the control starts at the staff, comes all the way back up to council through planning board to ensure that those conditions are being met in a satisfactory way. But it's not a manner of trying to avoid the condition. It's just saying that if we have a permit in for that construction, we satisfy that condition, even if that's built second to something else because of appropriate construction staging.
I understand that. And my last question is, on one of the slides, it said applicants' expected uses on the MPD conceptual plan is for a restaurant on Lot 2. What I'm not seeing is any language that actually technically, legally reserves that specific lot for Lot 2. I could have missed it, but if somebody could point it out to me.
Well, what we did there, we did two things to ensure that there's no way out of that requirement, other than leaving it vacant and making the land useless. And that would only be if we can't find a restaurant user. We're not going to build a shell and then have it sit there vacant. There's a really good example of one in Flagler Beach sitting next to the marina that's been there for almost 20 years where no restaurant user's taken it and it's just an empty shell. We don't want that to happen. That's not good for the city. It's not good for the project. So the way that Lot 2 is now set up is it allows all COM2 uses. It's not just ship, store, and restaurant. It's all COM2 uses. So it can be used for a variety of commercial uses, provided that such uses include a restaurant. So it has to have a restaurant before anything else is allowed. And then we also specified that it has to be at least 75 feet in width and a minimum of 20,000 square feet. So if there's no restaurant, none of the other uses can be permitted or approved, and 20,000 square feet of land will remain vacant, which is not the developer's intention. There's no benefit in leaving that vacant, but it ensures that we have somebody who's going to operate that restaurant before that condition has to be satisfied. Otherwise, like I said, it stays vacant. So it's a COM2 lot that has to have a restaurant before anything else can be built, is the best way to conceptualize it. So provided that language is the requirement that of all the uses that are proposed for that lot, it has to have a restaurant as part of it before anything else can be constructed or approved. And again, there'll be, for that one, that wouldn't necessarily, if it was a single application for just the restaurant site, wouldn't necessarily come back to you all, but it would have staff level review before the site plan for the restaurant could be approved.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Counselor, do you want to comment on this
For
question? Go
Right,
ahead.
just for clarification purposes, it's under section 4C, under Lot 2, and we clarified it to reference the LDC definition for restaurant sit-down, because there's a restaurant, like a fast food counter service restaurant, but this was clarified to say sit-down restaurant, and that's where the zoning limitation is for Lot 2, not in the conditions, but in the Section 4, subsection C.
Thank you, Counselor.
I also wanted to clarify one point Mr. Hoover made. I just want to make sure there's no confusion. In the attempt to make sure that this is all done in a way that puts some onus on the applicant and on the developer to ensure these conditions are met, originally the right of first refusal or the right of first offer in the agreement did say that it would start the day that you guys approve this agreement or the day that it's signed. We changed that now, so that doesn't actually get triggered or start to run. The city's opportunity to make an offer and buy the marina, if it so chooses, doesn't actually start until the first development order that allows us to exceed the unit count comes into play. So that, again, it gives the city more time to plan for that if that's something that the city wants to do, and it also isn't something that's just going to expire within a year, and we've satisfied that condition. It's something that is out there until we actually submit something that's going to exceed that unit count. That's what triggers it. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Thank you, Counselor. Councilperson Hyder, any questions at this point?
I'd just like to say that I appreciate your attempting to make the compromises for the development. However, I still have a concern about the density, which will be brought into the area, because not only will it be just the density of the development itself, but it's going to also draw outside traffic. I think that there's going to be a huge amount of traffic that's going to create some conditions in the area.
That's another important point in terms of the stage that we're in, because all development's going to have a traffic impact. That is an unavoidable reality of development. And as we've shown you that under the current PUD versus what is currently permitted for the project versus what we're proposing, we're significantly reducing that traffic. The compromise on the unit count brings that down even more. But this is just the zoning stage. So the PUD or the MPD, as well as city code, even if it wasn't in the MPD, would require us to go through a very, very detailed and specific traffic analysis when we come in with specific site plans. So when we take a portion of these 299 units, or the hotel, or the restaurant, we're going to have to submit a traffic impact analysis with methodology approved by the city. The language is in here that lays out the process. And then you're going to see exactly what the traffic impact's going to be with that type of development, how it's affected by background traffic at the time that the application comes in as opposed to today, and if there's any needed improvements that are necessitated by the development, including signalization at the interchange outside the development. That's all in the development agreement. We will go through those processes, and the turn lanes, signalization, whatever is required under the code based upon that impact analysis will be part of the ultimate development approval. So you can't prevent traffic when there's growth and there's development, but the city's code, the city's processes, city staff, the review process, your own review of that at that level of the development application will allow you all to see exactly what's going to happen and how it's going to be addressed.
So, Councilperson, what I would suggest is that you ask that question again, or make it a question, when we get to that point, when you have the evidence to support a position in terms of your concern.
Okay.
And then we'll have something to actually look at, and I think that's what council is kind of recommending, so I think that might be a good way forward. So I would ask you to bring that question back when it's appropriate. Councilman Clufus, questions for the applicant or staff at this time?
Yes, the two additional conditions that our staff recommended be met before we reached a recommendation of approval. Can you speak on each of those and why you were not able to come to agreement that those two things should be required?
I'm going to start with the boat ramp, because that one's a little bit more complicated. So the boat ramp in the current PUD doesn't exist, and it was kind of decommissioned. It's still there, but it was, kind of blocked off. It's not being used. It presents some planning issues that we haven't gotten to, because we can't actually get into the planning until the zoning's approved, because of the ability to get fuel trucks in there for the fuel facility, the fueling facility for boats, how we get a restaurant and a ship store, and then access to the boat ramp. All those things have to be worked out. We specifically put a boat ramp as a permitted use in the agreement. We're not trying to avoid the boat ramp. It's a permitted use. It would be a really good thing to have, even if it's just private to the project, with the right of the city to use it under the conditions in the MPD for emergency purposes, because sometimes you need to pull boats out of a marina. And when you don't have a boat ramp, then you either have a travel lift or some type of other lift system to pull vessels out of the marina. And it would be a lot easier for many of the boats that are in there to be able to pull them out through a boat ramp. But how it's going to be, where it's going to be located, if it's going to be in its current location or a different location, that's something that we can't commit to right now, because we haven't had the ability to go to the next level of site planning. But it is a permitted use, and it's not something that we're trying to avoid. It's just something that we can't guarantee will occur until we can get to the level of that site planning. The path, you want to address the path?
Good evening, Tarek Batey, 3621 Hendricks Avenue, Jacksonville, here for JDI. So really quickly on the boat ramp, it's not in the conditions section of the agreement. It's in the base portion of the agreement that if there is a boat ramp, it will be open for emergency government use. So there's no questions as to if it were to exist, how it gets used. As to the sidewalk. So this is actually an item that came up at the neighborhood meeting, the neighbors last summer. And while I certainly cannot represent the opinions of each and every resident of the condominium tower on site, it was very clear to me at that meeting that those speaking on the topic were opposed to any sort of public access sidewalk on that property next to their building, in their backyard, in their side yard, whatever yard you want to call it. So first and foremost, our neighbors do not want it. Setting that aside, which we think is really the number one consideration, it creates a serious legal liability issue, to where we would have significant we being not merely us as the developer applicant, but also the condominium association, because this is on master association property, not properly solely owned by the developer, but owned by all of the property owners in the master plan development, which includes each of the 72 condominium unit owners. They would also be exposed to liability for something that could be characterized as trespassing, potentially. So you combine that with the likelihood for nuisances, noise, litter, et cetera. We just don't see, we sympathize with the desire and the need for pedestrian connectivity within the project, and the project will have ample pedestrian connectivity, but we don't believe behind the parking garage, behind the condominium tower, walking by people's bedrooms is the right way to do it.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Nope, that satisfies my two questions. I believe if I can ask our staff, basically, the current verbiage would be if there is a boat ramp that is planned into the future, that emergency use would be allowable, but the language that we were asking to be included in this agreement would require a boat ramp to be usable by emergency access. Is that true?
Yeah, to keep the
Understood.
existing one.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
I just have one question, based on your last comment, sir. And forgive me, because you may be educating me on something, but if the gazebo is also private property, what is the difference between the liability that comes with the gazebo versus the liability that may come with the sidewalk that you just referenced?
The gazebo being on the waterfront directly on the intracoastal is not oriented in a manner, if we pulled up the site plan, and can we flip this back on? Do I just flip backwards? Show you on the site plan here. There we go. So the gazebo is on the eastern side and the northern half of the property. And so it's located in a portion of the property that is not readily accessible by the public, which doesn't mean that no one would ever show up there. But it's not directly connected to the private property to the south or to the publicly accessible sidewalk on Palm Harbor Parkway. What we do anticipate is that because it's all a master plan project, our residents would enjoy using that. Our marina folks would enjoy using that. And, if someone from the restaurant happens to meander over there, we're going to have, operations in place to make sure that that's being done in an appropriate manner. But that can be done on sort of a licensee type basis as a function of being a restaurant patron, as opposed to, teenagers smoking pot and drinking beer behind the parking deck.
Okay, thank you for that.
May I?
Mr. Tyner.
Thank you, sir. I just want to add a note. When you go on our trail, linear park and our trail system that we have along the Intercoastal Waterway, that's private property, okay? What we're talking about here is very similar, having that connection. I think if City Council is open, we could require a public easement over that where the city can maintain exactly what we do on their linear trail along the Intercoastal Waterway. So that is also an option too, that I think could also work.
All right, will you bring that back to us at the appropriate time?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for
Because
that.
our vision was to have it open to the public, not just private for those residents. You have the restaurant that would be there, people after they're done eating, have a walk on the Intercoastal Waterway.
Before I open this agenda item up for public comment, I do want to compliment city staff, Mr. Tyner. I appreciate the effort that you have put together with your community development staff. I appreciate the efforts on behalf of the developer. It's a good thing when two sides can work together to a conclusion, which is what is being presented today. So please thank your staff, and I would ask the applicant to thank your folks as well for spending the extra time to come together to, as it was said, tighten the language and help us understand what the project was, is, and could be. So again, thank the staff for us. We appreciate that very much. I'm going to open up this agenda item for public comment at this time. I'm going to ask each member of the public to be respectful of those that speak before and those that speak after, So I know there's a great energy and excitement to reinforce what those before or after have said. So please be respectful of what each person says. Each person that would like to speak will have the opportunity to do so. If you are going to speak in exactly the same form as those that have spoken before you, you are welcome to say that I support the prior speaker or prior speakers. That's entirely up to you. But with that, I would ask the first speaker, assuming that you would like to address City Council on this issue at this time, to please step forward. Yes, sir. And please identify yourself just for our record.
My name is Peter Johnson. I'm a 15-year resident of Palm Coast and a 10-year resident specifically of the C section. Just to make one quick comment to the gentleman who said that teenagers just smoke weed and hang out on that little sidewalk there. Some of us in the community actually
Please, sir, to me.
actually exercise, and I use that trail once a day to ride my bike. So to take away that public access to that trail right there would be detrimental to not only me, but to many other people who walk their dog down there to access that part of the park, to ride their bike, just stay active. My main concern with the project is two things. One, density unit. I think that that is a major aspect that needs to be addressed. My second issue, and please don't take this personally, but the city has a history of mismanagement with projects. Let's just be flat out. Is there any sort of information that's presented as far as, is that area going to need an intersection? Is there going to be construction there? What is the amount of people that are going to be going to that restaurant in and out? How many capacity does that hold? If you do have to build an intersection in order to fit that capacity, is there now going to be 8 months of a project and that traffic is now backed up, including that? I'm sorry. There's code, or there's already code in place basically that says how many people can be there. I don't understand why there's any meeting in the half when it says 321 units or whatever it was. One other quick statement too. I would like to see an addressment, because the idea's already been floated out. There's newspaper articles about it, about levying a special tax on C-section residents for the waterways. How is this project going to contribute to that for dredging? I think if you're bringing in another couple hundred units and putting a restaurant there and you're having boats flying in, you should be responsible for some of that cost as well. So just thought. Thank you guys, appreciate it.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please. Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Larry Stencil. I live right next to Clubhouse Drive, 47 feet away. I measured it. And I spoke to you about my wife being severely injured by the existing traffic today. And the gentleman showed that the projected traffic increase is going to be nearly 3,500 daily trips. Where is that traffic going to go? It's going to be on Clubhouse Drive, which is a connector, as they talked about Florida Park, or Palm Harbor. Okay, during the construction, where is all the construction traffic, the trucks, all of the materials? How is that going to get there? There's only a limited number of ways there to get in that area. It's already a problem. I've been a resident here almost 25 years, and to be honest with you, when I first came here, my first worry in C-section there in Carlton Lane Estates was the traffic, and it's gotten worse every year. It's to the point where my master bedroom is away from the road, maybe 100 feet away, and that traffic today shakes the house. What are you going to do about the traffic? And the speeding, like the person who almost killed my wife. Something has to be done. I think that, I was, real quick, I was in the audience 17 years ago when the prior applicant, Centex, dressed up a bunch of shills in these T-shirts. This came from that meeting at the city, the high school. And they sold a bill of goods to the then Mayor Canfield, and they approved the PUD. Now this applicant is going to try to modify the PUD into an MPA. Well, to be honest with you, some of the things I heard tonight don't sound half bad to me. But the density is an issue. What are you going to do about the traffic and the speeding? And now we have another new problem on Clubhouse Drive, which is noise. There's a bunch of kids that have, I don't know what they have, acetylene poppers in their motorcycle exhaust, I guess. I don't know what it is. All I know is it wakes us up at 3 o'clock in the morning. During the day, some traffic is not speeding because some older folks drive the normal speed and they slow it down. But at night, it turns into the Daytona 500, literally. So, you know, my main concern is traffic, noise, density. I came here with the idea that I was going to try to cajole the council into just hold off making the final approval. Just hold off one meeting and try to do a little better. I don't know what more we can do here. You know, the city, you can't keep building and building and all this density. You've got to deal with the other logistical efforts. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Greg Blasset, President and CEO of the Palm Coast Flagler Regional Chamber. First, it's important to note, and I suspect many people in the audience today got an education when they found out that an already existing agreement exists on that property that has more density than what we're talking about today. And what happened in the last time since we were here on the first reading, the developer came, followed your directions, sat down with staff, and reduced density by 17% from 360 units to 299. Second, I shared the economic analysis at the first hearing. Many of the concerns that some of the folks brought up at the last meeting and this meeting have been addressed, which is the data that we presented. For 299 units, I redid all the numbers, you're talking about approximately $70 million in wealth transfer. That's almost $200,000 per unit that would come here from new residents. Over 1,000 jobs will be supported by this project. Approximately $49 million in new wages and salaries will be created. Approximately $21 million in local business revenues will be created, which is especially important when we look right down the street and see European Village with some of those shopkeepers struggling to keep their doors open. This is a concern to the chamber. With regards to impact fees, I took the numbers of 299 units and ran the math in the back of the room. We're talking about, at build-out, $65,000 in law enforcement impact fees, $358,000 in park impact fees, approximately $750,000 in traffic and transportation impact fees. If we can't address the concerns that are being brought up with that type of money, I don't know what can address those concerns. $100,000 in fire impact fees, somewhere between $642,000 and $1.6 million in education facility impact fees, depending on the types of unit that's built, whether that's a condo or duplex or what have you. So going back through this, you know, the concerns are being brought up, and instead of coming to the city of Palm Coast and saying, you know, it's our way or you know, the highway, these folks are trying to work with us. They're listening to the community's concerns. They're making changes to the project. Because if they really wanted to, they would just build what's already existed. And then everybody that comes up here after me who talks about traffic or density or whatever concerns you might have, you're really looking at a bad problem if you're concerned about what's there. Last comment in the final 20 seconds here. I went myself this morning at 9:30 and toured the site. And I got to tell you, first of all, I got to know some of the marine folks that are there, and they're very excited about the possibility of their marine being upgraded, the marina. And the second thing is to see 17 empty acres on the Intracoastal just screams waste. I mean, we should be collecting tax dollars from this project. The Chamber supports this, and I hope you do too. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
I stepped out to the men's room, so I'm sure some people have already made these statements.
Did you,
350 apartments.
Just identify yourself for the record again, please.
Huh?
Identify yourself for the record again, please.
Okay. 350 more cards?
No, identify
We need your name.
your name.
Bruce Stump.
Bruce, just for the
Sorry.
record. I'm sorry. Just
Yeah.
we gotta.
sorry.
Okay.
I figure you guys know me. I've been coming up to these
I know.
things for
It's
4 years.
It's for the record.
I apologize. 350 apartments, another 1,000 cars on the road on Palm Coast Harbor, going to it straight down. We can't handle traffic now. And if they really want to come to the city of Palm Coast, why don't they go to US 1, where you have plenty of lots, empty. It's not attractive. It's not attractive. It's not on the water. but we can't handle any more traffic. I think every single one of you would agree with it. We're overloaded with traffic. Or they want to come into Palm Coast, they want to live by the interstate, you know, the waters, let them contribute to safety devices on the street. It's done all the time in New Jersey, Connecticut, and New York. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
My name is Tom Fusco. I live at 102 Clubhouse Drive in Waterside. I'm not in construction. I don't understand how the agreement with Centex, which was approved 20 years ago, is still in effect. I mean, permits run out. When I had work done on my house, I got harassed if the permit wasn't closed out within a certain amount of time. How can you leave something run for 20 years? That's the first point. Next point, I have a boat. I have concern about the marina and the access to the fuel. I heard some comments about the ramp being used for emergency. I also heard the gentleman say that they might move it, which then leads me to believe that there might be intentions for people who move into these townhouses or whatever to be able to use a boat ramp as a private facility rather than having it open to the public. Not that anybody uses the ramp, but I'm concerned with the marina, I'm concerned with the fuel station, I'm concerned with the fact that you get the right of the first refusal for 1 year after they start building, and they'll keep it open assuming that it's economically feasible to them. I understand what economically feasible means, but I am concerned. I live here, I pay taxes here, I love this place, I want to stay here. Don't give us a reason to move. The walking trail is another one. I live not far from it. We walk on it probably 2-3 times a week. Don't tell me I can't walk down there. Don't have me get into confrontations with people that own land there or property there that say you can't walk here. It's the council's responsibility to make sure you ensure for us a good place to live and give us the convenience that we paid for when we came here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Once again, it is another great evening in beautiful Palm Coast, Florida. I want to acknowledge the Honorable David Alfin, the Vice Mayor, and the Commission of this great city, as well as Ms. Bevan, our City Manager. My address is 146 Palm Coast Resort Boulevard, Unit 102. My name is Alvin B. Jackson, Jr., and I am here in support of the zoning change to the master plan development. I can tell you the concept presented really creates a great potential for creating economic synergy in this community as well as in the city of Palm Coast. I see it as being a great catalyst for economic growth and development for the marina as well as for the neighborhood. It will most definitely increase our ad valorem taxes, and the greater your ad valorem taxes, you can actually spread that over the entire community. Basically, it will create additional jobs. We need jobs in this community. It will provide a much-needed multifamily housing opportunities. Those of us that's in economic development, as we are attracting industry into the community, one of the things that's missing is housing availability. So this actually creates housing. And the other thing is that it will attract additional private investment for those vacant properties that's actually still in the area of this marina. So your approval of this zoning change will most definitely create a vibrant, walkable, livable, and an economically diverse community, which speaks volumes to you in creating a world-class community.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Steve Carr, Palm Coast. How can we talk about traffic and not talk about health? The traffic fumes, the brake dust, tire dust, and the noise. We can talk about adding all this traffic, but exclude how is it going to affect the health of the residents? How can we do that to the people? People live here. People got to breathe. We talk about safety. Safety is I'm going to do safety measures that will prevent potential harm. But when we talk about health, we're breathing every day. Every day we breathe. Children breathe 20 to 30 times a day. An hour. Okay? Or a minute, I'm sorry. But they breathe 20 to 30 times a minute. Okay, so all this congestion from the added traffic. We already have a lot of traffic. 9,000 cars just on one street, one residential street. That's 3 million cars a year. Come on, the traffic is traffic. Yes, it's going to add traffic, but it's going to add fumes. It's going to add noise. It's going to add dust. What are we going to do to protect the residents, the people? What is going to be done to protect the people? In the staff studies, there's a paragraph or a sentence that says the proposed development must not create an unreasonable hazard or a nuisance or constitute a threat to general health, welfare, or safety of city inhabitants. Now, how can you say that it won't? Tell me, how can you possibly take that sentence and say that it's not going to have an effect on the residents? It's going to have an effect on the residents because you're adding to the pollution. I'm just letting you know, you can't add cars without recognizing what it's going to do. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And the next speaker, please.
My name's Ron Murphy. I live in the C-section, and I moved here in '99 as you were becoming a city. When I first moved here, I could use the boat ramp to launch my boat. Now I have to go to Herschel King or Bing's Landing and come back here for fuel. I'm worried about this process where I'm going to lose the ability to get fuel because they've already said if it's commercially viable. We used to have 2 fuel places, now we have the 1. I think the city should mandate, if they're going to do this project, they have to maintain the fuel systems for 20 years. Also, when I first moved here, we had a hotel, a pool, and as everybody said, you could walk all around the place, no problem. So I think we have to open the public access and keep it. Everybody talks about the traffic, and I tend to agree with that as well, but I'm also worried about losing the restaurant. I've heard comments that, well, if it's feasible, if we can get a buyer, if we can get somebody to run it. If they're going to get all the money for building all these condos, and the city's going to get all the money from all these impact fees, the city should mandate the restaurant, the fuel, the marina be maintained in an adequate way. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Mark Lewis, C-section. I agree with Ron. I think the marina is at risk. I think the fuel dock is at risk. The definition of economically feasible is a nebulous term. They can just determine whatever they want. Without the fuel dock, all the canals, all the boating disappears. You can't get from St. Augustine to Palm Coast with most of the boats that are running around the canals today without running out of fuel. We got to maintain the fuel dock. We've got to maintain the marina. The launch ramp exists, but it's fenced off. Not sure why. But it would also be really nice to get a restaurant someplace on the intercoastal around here other than Bing's. So please, and the traffic is a fiasco. That's going to be a mess. It's 2 lanes. There's a bridge there. Palm Harbor and Clubhouse, it's just going to be a real mess. But anyway, very worried about the marina and the fuel dock.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Alan Lowe. I seem to remember over the
during the discussion at the first reading, I believe it was Vice Mayor Danko that brought up the fact that there's only one entrance and exit to this, and that with the amount of people that will be living in there, should some type of disaster happen, excuse me, there is a limited way out. I believe I heard the developer say that they would be looking at a second entrance to the north. Well, to the north is a bridge. No way to build a second entrance there. So you look at the south. The south is that retention pond in the garage. There's no way to build another one there. So I really think where you're looking at contingencies for sidewalks and the boat ramp, you ought to look at how you're going to get these people out of there if there's some kind of disaster that happens and some type of evacuation is needed. To the boat ramp, back in the 80s, before the Sheriff's Department had a water rescue team, I was the guy that they would call. And when the marina was, when the restaurant was there, the Sheraton and all of that, one day I was working underwater at the marina, and a boat was trying to be launched, and it hit something in the water. They thought it was a log. They called me over to find out what the boat was hitting, and it turned out it was the car of an elderly couple and their friends that had mistaken the boat ramp for a road, drove down in there, and unfortunately drowned. I went down and hooked a hook on it so that the tow truck would pull the car out. More recently, the last person that died in the water at that boat ramp was my father. So I have a big concern about safety at that boat ramp because I know of 5 people that passed away there. For use as emergency vehicles, I think that that is extremely important. We need to be able to launch something in that area, the police boat or whatever, to effect rescue if people are drowning or whatever is happening right there. Otherwise, they have to go a couple miles down or a couple miles north to try to get into the water to get right there. So please consider making it mandatory that that boat ramp stay there, at least for emergency use. And I think you ought to look at a condition of a second way in or out while you're looking at sidewalks. I think the other thing might be equally important. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
When we bought, my name is Celia Puglisi, a resident of Palm Coast since 1991. Of course, when we bought here, that marina and the hotel, that was the Sheraton Hotel with a restaurant, with a bar, was our community resort destination. In 2007, I also, on the meetings, for this, we were promised this. We are giving now a whole lot of promises. Again, we were duped once. Let's don't be duped twice. We need our resort destination in this location that the community use, bar, restaurant, hotels, for events, for meetings, for weddings. We bought on a resort destination. And the number one thing everybody's forgetting here, and I hope the city councilor will really look into this, is that you are trying to change the zoning from resort commercial to multifamily residential. This is the number one thing that affects us, all of us. That hotel had more than 300 jobs when it was bulldozed by Centex. And these were the promises we were given. If you look at this design, it's nothing quite like we see today. Oh, yes, the restaurant's gonna be first. Then, oh, the hotel was gonna be first. Guess we never saw the hotel. There was an excuse. Oh, there was a disaster financial with the real estate and it would never be, but they built all those condos. And of course, people that live now in the condo, they wanna privatize everything for them. When there was something illegal done here by the city when Mr. Jim Jacoby bought this property. We had our grandfathering from the community center all along the Intracoastal, under the county, and when we incorporated, okay? All the way to the Intracoastal, all the way to the gazebo, all the way to the marina, to the restaurant and bar, the hotel and pool. What gave the city the right to allow Mr. Jacoby to put a fencing by the condos that they built? That was grandfathering. Don't we have in Florida also a grandfathering law? The public used all that sidewalk for jogging, for walking, and Mr. Jerry Fool, former councilman, advised us, listen, they want to close it in. We went to the county commission, and they made sure that it was kept for the public, except when Mr. Jacoby bought this property. Centex still had it open, okay? But then it was closing. Why did they do that illegality? I would like that illegality to be really looked for, okay?
Thank you for your comment. Are there any additional yes, sir?
Hello, my name is Tom Hellman. My address is 146 Palm Coast Resort Boulevard, Unit 401. I came here as the president of the board of directors of the Condo Building Association. We're actually the condo building that's on the site, and our board endorses and supports the development of that site. And there are some reasons why that I mentioned the last time I was here, and not to be redundant, but simply to say that that has been an underdeveloped site for 15 years. And during that period of time, the investments needed to keep the property in the proper shape, the gazebo, the marina, the garage, have not been made. And there's no reason to believe they would be made without the development of the property. So we see that as really a value to us as condo owners there. Yes, there are a number of issues that were raised, and we respect those issues. There's also a process by which they are addressed when site-specific plans are put forward and the like. So that is the feeling of the board and the support of the board. I'm going to give you a personal view, too, that not necessarily vetted by the board, and that is I want to echo the mayor's comments about thanking the staff and thanking the developer for coming together, finding the window of opportunity to find an agreement. Now, not everybody's going to like an agreement. That's just the way life is. But nevertheless, I really am thankful that they would take the time and that the council would put the emphasis behind that to try to get it done. You provided the window of opportunity, and they went through it. So I want to thank everybody for that, and hopefully we can get this thing agreed to and move forward.
Thank you for your comment. Is there another member of the public that would like to address City Council? Yes.
Hello, my name is Maureen Murphy, and I've written a couple of feelings that I've gotten during this meeting and from attending past meetings. One of them is the planning board and staff first issued a denial to have this done. And I'm not sure why you're trying to make an unacceptable lot or lots acceptable. Gut instinct is usually correct, or gut instincts are usually correct. And it was initially denied by the planning board and staff. Secondly, you said evidence. Evidence is based on fact by the residents of Palm Coast who have lived here long-term and short-term. The various problems have been articulated well: the traffic, the health, the welfare, the safety, the road systems, all have been enumerated time and time again. And to me, though I've lived here a long time, they've basically been ignored. They've basically been ignored and avoided. I think that all of us have to look out for all of us. The C section has to look out for the W section, the R section, which had a water problem. I think about a man who came up and said, you're building more houses in that section and there's not enough water. This was a while back. So you have the evidence to make a better decision that you might be making. You've seen the data. And why allow again the same problems? Nothing is compatible to the existing neighborhood or other neighborhoods. They just aren't. Next, you referenced the intellect and the common sense of the young people. Well, those young people grow into we older people. We still have intellect and common sense, more importantly. So I think that's who you're listening to. The other thing was, there was a reasonable hotel. It was great. Then it was demolished. Now, since then, who has been sustaining and maintaining the Palm Coast Marina? It's really gone by the wayside. The people there who work there are great, but it's gone by the wayside. And a marina is necessary. And by the way, who will run the marina? I haven't heard that. Lastly, there should be no out for a fuel dock, no matter what. It's a boating community. And 3 reserve docks aren't nearly enough for the Palm Coast community. And this gentleman over here who's left talked about dredging. It's just complication.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker, please.
Mayor, Council, my name is Charles Weiss. I'm a retired orthopedic surgeon. I live at 146 Palm Coast Resort Boulevard, and I've bought a unit there in 2008. We've heard from the board, which is supportive of development, and I think we all, most of us, are supportive, but we've had a poll of residents which showed that 95% of the residents of the condo that replied to the poll were against the density of this particular development. We all agree that it'd be nice to have occupying units, but this is a very high density. It's more than twice what the local density is. And it is out of character and out of many of the things that brought us to Palm Coast. I lived for 29 years on the Intracoastal in Miami Beach, and left when I retired because it was impossible to get around Miami Beach because of the traffic. And I see the same kinds of density being developed here in Palm Coast. I think if we want to keep this the special character of Palm Coast, we have to pay attention to that and not just look at the numbers. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any other members of the public? Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name's Amy Listowski. I live in the C-section. I just want to start out by saying that all of this is about a zoning change. And it seems like we're talking about density, and the planning board actually totally denied this plan. They were completely against it. I read all the paperwork, all the plans, I attended the meetings, and there was just as many people at those meetings as there are now. And it was a real disappointment, I'm sorry to say, I'm not trying to be disrespectful, that you turned around and just voted to approve it conditionally over the recommendation of the planning staff and board, who I am gonna thank now, for doing all that really hard work. And they've been basically fighting that developer on our behalf, and we kind of expected you to do that also. So the situation is that I don't feel, and I don't think the people here feel, that you're meeting the code and what you need to do to be able to change that zoning. This is a very unique location. And it is the only location really in Palm Coast besides one 12-acre property on the corner by the bridge that can tie us into having a nice resort-style downtown in Palm Coast. And that pathway goes from that marina and goes all the way down to Waterfront Park, or it can go up and over the bridge. And if you just look at St. Augustine and all the traffic and all the tourism there, they like to have that, and we kind of need a tourist area for Palm Coast. When people come here, there is no real nice resort. You have a micro hotel and a few other hotels, but there is no Palm Coast iconic destination resort. And people go to European Village and they enjoy themselves, but there's nowhere to walk around, to go back to. It's just that one site. So by changing the zoning here and making it multifamily, you're totally ruining the aspect and the possibility of what it really should be and what it was planned to be at this site. You know, you're devaluating the homes and the properties in the area by doing this and changing that. It is creating a conflict of public interest. It will be a nuisance with all the traffic and the, you know, extra, you know, things going on with the infrastructure, and I'm not even sure about the plumbing and, you know, things like that with full-time. But a condo designation resort will bring vacationers who bring money and create jobs. And that is a very big difference than a multifamily property, which brings full-time residential people and brings twice as many cars and everything else. So what we're asking is that you deny it, and that you, if not deny it, ask for some more time, because this is a special geographic site. You're gonna have a very big environmental impact, and, you know, it's not just us, it's generations to come that are looking for this, you know, resort area.
Thank you for your comment, please. All right. Is there another speaker that would like to address City Council at this time?
Yes, please. Hello. My name is Ken Pulowski. I have attended all four now of these presentations, spoke at all four. I've sent you all an email detailing my concerns. I won't go through them, but they're largely in line with the last speaker and everybody else that's spoken so far. So in the interest of adding some new perspective, I thought of a few other questions that I think you all should be asking. The first one is, the current marina and gazebo are in disrepair. We made that very clear. Why? Why do we trust the developers own it now, right? Okay, why do we trust them to maintain it in the future if they're not maintaining it now? Secondly, you know, why are we comparing this project to a project approved 15 years ago that was never built? We should be comparing to zoning code and the neighboring properties. We're trying to find something that's synergistic. I don't think anybody's opposed to development in the area. We're just opposed to this gargantuan project that you all are considering. Nextly, there's absolutely nothing creative or special about this project. It is just New York City South. That's all it is. There's nothing special about it. If you approve this project, you are giving this developer 122 extra units versus what code allows on that site. Assuming a $500,000 average per unit, that is $60 million in incremental revenue for the developer. Again, assuming a 20% profit margin, which would be probably pretty low, they would probably not be happy with that. Just assuming a 20% profit margin, that's an additional incremental $12 million in profit for this developer. Do you think there's a reason why they've been so steadfast about maintaining these units and that getting you guys to give in? It's because there's $12 million extra. And that is already, that's on top of the 15 units per acre, which is already double what the neighborhood surrounds has. So my question is, what's the deal? Why are you even considering this? You know, with the planning board,
Please.
you know, with the planning board, you know, denying it twice, and all the reasons why, I don't understand why this is even. I don't understand why we're even here for the fourth time. There has to be something more to the story, and if there's something more, we need to know about it. Okay? So, in summary, 15 units per acre is double the surrounding density and should be the absolute maximum to be considered. Please hold this developer accountable to build a project that reflects and respects our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Please, everyone, please respect the current speaker and the next speaker. And next speaker, please. I think somebody's coming up. Oh, okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
John Yankovich, 7 Commander Court. I too have lived in Palm Coast long enough to remember the Centex debacle, and I'd hate to see it happen again. I agree, and I'm not going to reiterate a lot of what everyone else has said because I agree with it. But the bottom line to me is just the traffic. The traffic congestion will become very, very difficult, as it is all over the city. It's gotten very, very bad. We don't seem to have the infrastructure overall. And with this project just exiting onto one area, it's going to create a problem. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Chamber. My name is Mike Norris. I live at 2 Lima Place here in Palm Coast. Just for transparency, I am running for mayor in 2024. I'm here to voice my opposition to the JDI project, rezoning application 5132 to the Harborside PUD to the Harborside MPD. This is a mouthful. I wasn't in attendance in the last meeting, but I did watch it from home. The live feed, I watched it all the way through until we got to the end, and it seemed like, in my opinion, you can have your opinion, but it seems like the applicant was kind of trying to strong-arm you guys, okay? There's 2 words and a number that come to me when I think about this project. Number 1 is intent. Number 2 is standards. And number 3 is the number 371. All right, the intent. When this project was first developed back in the mid-2000s, it was going to be a destination resort, okay? Something for the city to focus on and have a place to come together as a community. There's supposed to be 47,000 square feet of space for restaurants, bars, meeting, banquet, ballroom, and hospitality. That's great for this city. That would have been absolutely great. That number, we'll get to in a bit, but that project was going to provide 457 jobs. 268 were going to be permanent after it was completed. 103 was additional jobs based on indirect impacts. So, let me go ahead and cover the number. Anybody, that 371, if you add up those permanent jobs after the project was complete, that was 371. So that would have been in 2007, 2008, 2009, we would have had 371 jobs. If you take that, a minimum salary of $25,000 a year for each one of those jobs, multiplied over a year, multiplied over 17 years, this community has lost close to $200 million in money in salary alone, not including impact fees, and taxes, but salary. And I'm almost certain that the people that approved that initial build were saying, hey, these are jobs. We need jobs in this community. I know we moved here in 2006. Now, I was away in the military doing my professional thing, but my family was here, and jobs were scarce. Okay, standards. When it comes to standards, we have the leverage right now. Our community, this city has the leverage, not the builders. We've got plenty of building going on, and we can halt this, and if they're going to develop it, you develop it into that resort-style facility, or you don't do it at all.
Good, thank you for your comment. Are there any remaining speakers that would like to address City Council at this time? Seeing no one approach the podium, I will close the public comment section of this item on our agenda, and I will return to City Council first. Comments, questions?
I would, at this
and,
time,
just
I would like the applicant to step forward and address some of the concerns that we've
right.
heard tonight.
Okay. Let me just make sure. Anybody else have any questions before we bring up the applicant?
I don't have any questions. I do have comments, but I'll wait for the applicant to address some concerns.
If the applicant would please step forward, and Vice Mayor, you have some specific questions for the applicant?
I just want to see, they've heard everything we've heard. I want to see what stands out to them, see what they have to offer, and then I can get into specifics if I need to.
Good evening, Jay Livingston. I'm here for JDA Palm Coast LLC. I took notes as best I could, so if I miss anything, feel free to jump in and ask me to address anything. I want to have just a general discussion about traffic because first and foremost, all development, as I said earlier, generates traffic. And as a quasi-judicial hearing that you're now are, being asked to act within your quasi-judicial capacity, just generalized concerns about traffic is legally not an acceptable reason to deny a rezoning. And now that might sound harsh, but the reason for that is that there is actually a process in place, a system in place called concurrency management that's statutory, it's built into your code, and it ensures that no matter what is built, that your level of service standards will be maintained. This project will go through that review process, and if it is determined that the surrounding roadway network is not meeting concurrency, then the project can't move forward until it's addressed. So we're not there yet, but that is a process that will go through review, and it will prevent development if it ever occurs. That is what levels of service are established through the comprehensive plan, and that is how traffic is controlled. But legally, under the case law, just generalized concerns about traffic cannot be the basis for denial of rezoning because all development generates traffic. It would prevent any development from ever occurring if that was a basis for a denial. I want to be clear about
Jay,
that.
I'm sorry, I don't want to interrupt, but can I just make a point of clarification for the city council? In 2.9.4, which is the review findings, when the city council's looking at whether or not to approve an MPD, one of the things that when you're reviewing a master plan development application is the availability and adequacy of primary streets and thoroughfares to support the traffic to be generated within the proposed development. So while I agree with Mr. Livingston that, that it can't be denied based on just evidence of somebody saying it's going to generate too much traffic, as part of your review, the adequacy of the surrounding streets to support the traffic that will be generated is one of the things that you can consider.
Yes, absolutely, which is why in the MPD we have a process that has to be followed for traffic impact analysis before development can proceed. The reason I brought that up is because, as we've shown, regardless of the fact that traffic is going to be generated, we can't deny that. Traffic will be generated by this development. It will be generated by any development, as we've demonstrated with traffic counts from the IT trip generation manual. More traffic will be generated by the resort that some of the speakers want to see built here. So if traffic is a concern, this project as proposed, particularly with the significant reduction in units from what was originally proposed at the planning board when it was recommended for denial and before you on the first reading, is going to be a reduction in traffic to what would currently be generated by the development if it was built as it's currently approved in the PUD. So I just wanted to point that out. But then also, I just wanted to reiterate again what I said earlier. There's going to be an intensive analysis of that issue when we get to actual site planning. So the concerns about what kind of traffic is going to be generated, how it's going to be generated, and how it will be mitigated will be discussed at the site planning level, which we have to get through zoning before we can get to that point. Another important thing to understand is a lot of people talked about safety measures, improvements that are needed to the roadway. There's really two ways to address that. By the city. They can tap into the general fund or raise taxes on existing residents to pay for those improvements, or they can allow these developers that come in with new projects to generate new units, which then pay impact fees. And as Mr. Blase said, based upon today's numbers, which won't necessarily be the numbers in effect when the site plan applications come in or construction commences, 299 units will generate $540,891 in just transportation impact fees. Those are dollars that are set aside just for transportation impact fees. On top of that, in terms of as a multifamily apartment project that is proposed for the parcel, apartments create a significant tax base. This issue came up in another project I'm working on, and so I dug into the numbers. And Integra Woods, somebody mentioned State Road 100 as a place to put apartments. Integra Woods, which is down on the south side of the county, obviously, this is a much more significant location. Its assessment will most likely be a lot higher. 310 apartment units at Integra Woods was assessed last year by over $32 million, which is tax assessment. It paid over $500,000 in taxes just last year. So that additional revenue source, if the development is approved, will help contribute towards the city's needs to address those transportation improvements. So, in 1 year, with impact fees, all of them paid in 1 year, and 1 year of taxes, you might have $1 million to work with to address transportation needs, on top of the requirement that if the TIA for a particular phase or a later phase in the project that's proposed calls for some type of traffic control mechanisms at the interchange, signals or other measures, those will be a requirement of the development approval and will be implemented and in most situations paid for by the developer. So it's just, this is the process that we go through. But those are not going to be things that are ignored or not implemented. And then, worst case scenario, you have a level of service issue, development can't move forward because the level of service isn't being met, and that's built into your comp plan. So there's a lot of controls in place to address that. There are very legitimate concerns. I was born in Miami. I'm a child of South Florida. I lived in Tampa for high school, and my family's been in Flagler County since the early 90s. So I've seen the growth. I know the effect that it can have, and I'm sympathetic towards it. But, as these properties that are there, these privately owned pieces of land are developed, you're going to see more traffic, and hopefully through the revenue that's generated by it, the impact fees that are collected, and good planning with your excellent staff, you'll be able to mitigate it as best as possible so you don't get another South Florida situation, which was largely developed before modern land use controls were put into effect. Somebody mentioned the dredging. And I can't speak directly to the legalities of special benefit, but if a special benefit taxing district is established to assess people along the canal, and this parcel of land is determined to receive a special benefit like the other parcels of land, then it will be in the special taxing district. That's way beyond my pay grade to determine, but that's how that process works. When Colbert Lane was developed, they determined that the lands along there received a special benefit, and they all were assessed a certain amount of money to pay for that, the bonds that funded that construction. When Old Kings Road was constructed, the 4-laning in the first segment, the lands next to it paid a special assessment because it was determined through a legal process that they would receive a special benefit. So it's very possible this land will contribute to that as much as every other land that receives a special benefit. I don't know if it will be determined to receive a special benefit, but it's in the general area. It will be part of the consideration. So that was a question that came up very early. Let's see. The second entrance was brought up as, it was mentioned as being, something that is suggested. It's not suggested, it's a requirement. There are actually two options. One that works immediately, which is to provide a stabilized emergency access point that's just north of the existing main entranceway. So that would be something that would be designed, that could handle heavy traffic and could be used both for evacuation purposes.
So just so I understand, it is a requirement.
It's a requirement, yes, sir. And we actually have a secondary option. There's an option we built into the MPD to allow to connect through the south. There's a whole lot of logistical issues there.
But we will have a second entrance.
Yes, sir. And possibly a third one in the future once that parcel that's along the intercoastal to the south is developed, and that, assuming a stormwater pond doesn't get in the way, because there's a concern there, there will be a way, because the city already has an easement to connect into that.
I can elaborate if we need to.
Yeah, so we built that into the MPD, so if that opportunity presents itself, we can also add that as well. But the secondary access that will be north of the existing entrance is a requirement not only of the MPD, but it's actually a code requirement. Anything that has more than 50 units has to have a secondary access, as I think you all know from other projects that have come before you. So that's a requirement that will not be avoided or somehow left out of the site planning. It'll be something that staff will have to confirm is there before we can exceed 50 units. Concerns about the marina and the fuel facilities. I think one of the speakers from the public that talked about a concern about it leaving actually made a really good argument for why that's unlikely to happen, and that is the number of users within the canals. The financial feasibility language is in there because if nobody is using the fuel facilities and the fuel in the tanks is just getting stagnant and being pumped out because it's no longer useful, because gas only lasts so long, it has to be used or else it breaks down, that fuel facility will remain open. And if there are the number of boaters that are in the canals, which we know there are, that are going to be passing by there, the people in the marina, people on the intercoastal coming by with no other fuel facilities for as far as, very large distances, both north and south, the financial feasibility issue really shouldn't be a concern. And that fueling facility, which is, at this point, one of the only things that actually generates revenue on the property because of the lack of improvements, will remain. So the language, I understand the concern about the language, but that's just in there because, again, we don't want to keep tanks full if they're not getting used in the future. But it's a very unlikely situation to occur for the very reason that the speaker said, that there's so many boaters in the canals that are going to be passing by. It's a captive market, for lack of a better description, that's going to probably ensure that fueling facility stays where it is and is probably upgraded over time. Same thing with the marina. There is no reason whatsoever for this developer or any future owner of the property, the city, if it decided to buy the property, to let that marina be used for anything but a marina. It is a marina basin. It is permitted. It has the infrastructure in place. There's not easy things to construct to get permitted. There's a limited resource of them in the state of Florida. It has real value, and it will continue to have value to the landowner, to the community, and for that reason, the likelihood of it going away is very minimal, very small. There would have to be some, drastic economic depression or something that would render that not a viable use on the property, because there is no other use for that. You're not going to be able to get a permit to fill in the marina basin and build on it. It's going to remain a marina basin, and as long as the property itself can generate enough revenue to keep going, it will remain a critical amenity that will survive because of how, like I said, it's a very rare resource in Florida to have a marina basin like that. So the likelihood of that going away is almost zero. I don't think there's much needs to be said about the boat ramp access issue that was said. I understand the concerns about safety. Like we said, the boat ramp is something that we would like to maintain or relocate as a use for both the marina to get boats in and out and allow the city to use. It's just a site planning question that ultimately is going to come down to if we can get a zoning approval so we can justify the next stage of site planning. It's something that's going to be a factor in that and something that we would like to maintain. The only other thing that in here, there was a discussion about, why would we trust the developer if they've let the gazebo get run down? And I don't think, the gazebo is actually association property. It's funded by association assessments. Those assessments are generated by membership, and right now the developer, pays a significant chunk of those assessments that go into the basic infrastructure, the taxes. There's taxes on the parking garage because it's not a condominium common element, and it has a potential commercial use. So there's substantial costs that go into maintaining this vacant property on an annual basis. But even if there wasn't a reason to fix the gazebo by itself as an amenity for the project, it's one of the conditions that's in our development agreement. It has to be repaired in order for those additional units to be done there. So this lack of trust that was expressed, the only reason why the developer wouldn't move forward with that is if they wanted to keep the unit count at the 264 under the 15 units per acre. Otherwise, the gazebo will be repaired because it's a requirement. It's one of the conditions of Section 10. So whether you can trust the developer or not, the developer has to do it. It's mandated by the development agreement in order to achieve the density that we're trying to achieve. So I think that's an important point to remember in terms of how we structured this to ensure compliance if the density increases. Let's see. The other thing I wanted to mention, Centec's original plan related to the resort, whether or not that was those amenities on site were going to be public or were going to be only for resort users, that was up to Centex. There was nothing mandated in the PUD or in Centex's resort project here or elsewhere that they had in the county or elsewhere in the state that mandated that to be a public amenity like the original Sheraton Hotel. So here, we have a restaurant that's going to be a public restaurant. We would love to have a hotel. We don't know if we can find an operator to build it. But this concept of the resort destination was going to be for the public versus this project not being for the public, that's not really true in terms of what was approved with Centex. Regardless of how they presented it at the time, I was not here for that. Well, I was here for that, but I was not involved in that particular project. But the actual resort concept that Centex had was really for the resort users. You could obviously rent out space in the condo hotel and utilize some of the amenities, but whether those would be open to the public was going to be market driven. If they needed to get people in there, they probably would open it up, just like in the Hammock has occurred over the years, where it's gone kind of in waves depending on how much private users, private members of the club were using it, but there was no actual specific mandate to that effect. And I just wanted to make sure that was clear, because I don't want there to be any confusion about what we're changing or not changing with our proposed plan. The public uses on our property will be public, and that may be a ship store and a restaurant, nothing more, but in order to keep flexibility and allow the market to dictate what ultimately can be built there, that's why we built in the COM2 uses into those uses. So we have to have a restaurant, that's a mandatory requirement, but if we can fit a ship store, the restaurant, and any other uses permitted in COM2, which is a really broad range of commercial uses and office uses as well, then those would be permitted the way that we drafted it. So that would maintain at least that one public segment to the project. I think I got all of the ones I took notes on. Is there anything else you wanted to address? Yeah, please.
Tarek Batey again on behalf of JDI. So I think Jay did a great job summarizing everything. There's only one more thing I wanted to expound upon, which he mentioned, was the trust issue, which was brought up. And as he aptly pointed out, you don't have to trust us. That's why you have a development agreement. But if you're looking for a reason to trust us, consider that we donated the golf course property to the city for nothing in return. That was a very valuable asset. It was connected to this project, had a lot of development rights, but we donated it. And then the second thing is, why would we keep up the property over time? We're incentivized to do so because we're going to invest a massive amount of money in the overall development. It's going to be our development. So to invest a massive amount of money in all the things we're planning to build and then leave other infrastructure in a poor state is not going to help our project. It's you know, if you want to boil it down to simple self-interest, you could do that too. Thank you.
Mr. Danko, does that, Vice Mayor Danko, does that answer the
That answers
points
the
that you were
questions that
thinking about?
Yes.
So let me ask the City Council at this time, are there some additional questions that you'd like to address to staff at this time?
I have no other questions for staff at this time.
No questions for staff.
I have one question. It may have been answered already, but I think there were two items that the developer decided that they did not want to change at the end.
Yes, ma'am. We addressed that, but I'll go over that again. The boat ramp, it's not that we said no to it. It's just we aren't going to maintain it. We're not going to agree absolutely to maintain it in its current location. It's a permitted use in the MPD. We added that. We added the boat ramp. So we actually proposed making sure a boat ramp was a permitted use. It's just, will it stay in its current location? Will it be relocated? Can there be a boat ramp there once you get into that narrow space where it is, and do it in a way that would allow even the fuel facility to remain, because you have to get fuel trucks in there. There's a lot of logistical issues from a site planning perspective, but we want to have the option to have a boat ramp, and if a boat ramp is either maintained in its current location or relocated, we will provide the city access to it for emergency services. So it wasn't that we disagreed with the boat ramp, it's just we didn't agree to just maintaining its current location, because that really constrains the planning for that part of the parcel, which is the narrowest part.
Okay.
The other issue is the sidewalk, and the reasons for that is, just to summarize, one, there's a liability concern because it's private property, and there can be, you know, anybody on there. It wasn't brought up earlier, but as you know, the property to the south is the timeshare. So you have a lot transient users in there, in and out on a constant basis that could be using that, and that creates privacy concerns for the existing condominium as well as the future residents The other issue is that the pathway would, well, I had it both, liability and privacy concerns. I mean, those are the main reasons. But our biggest concern with the entire network of walkways is that that's private property. Unfortunately, even though it's been used over the years by the public in various instances, there's substantial liability when it's private property. Somebody gets hurt on there, there's nobody to turn to but the landowner. The condominium owners, who we've been working with for years now, have been concerned with people that just try to walk onto their pool deck, which has happened in the past, or at least we were told it has happened in the past. So we're just not comfortable essentially inviting the public to walk on private property, and we're not comfortable with the potential liability of doing that. So that's the main reason why we said no to that.
Okay.
I have questions.
Please.
Yep. So for our staff, to me, one of the priorities that we've been able to instill upon our city is the continuity of our paths, and the extent for which the council that I've sat on and the ones prior to me have put in a tremendous amount of emphasis on ensuring the continuity of our paths. And I know that we're concerned about security, and if you're a user of our bike paths and all of our walking paths, you know that there's way better spots for teenagers to drink than behind the parking garage on this property. Can I ask staff if there have been any other projects that have, I don't want to say severed connectivity between one point and another, but are there any other projects that have done what they're attempting to do, where we have continuity available and it's been negated by plans? Is there any other example of where we haven't at least put an easement in so that we can continue our pathing system?
No, I mean, let's just take along the Intercoastal Waterway again as an example, okay? Canopy Walk. We have an easement over that. We maintain that pathway. That is on private property. A lot of these areas are on private property. The property that's just to the south, if you look at your screen, we were working with that owner because we don't have an easement over that, to acquire an easement. You heard one of the residents tonight talk about how a lot of the residents, or when he said that he goes through there, well, right now to the south, that's off the Harborside property, is a dilapidated sidewalk. It's not safe. We used to, throughout the years, we get code calls all the time about people, when's the city gonna, fix this? And it's broken. So people use it. So the idea was to put that connection to the north, away from that dilapidated sidewalk, along on this property. And I get it. There's an existing path on the Intercoastal Waterway that's kind of in their backyard. So we thought when we were working with the agreement that this was a great compromise to continue to have that access for a public. And if you look at the screen, I mean, there's landscaping you can do. We can delineate the sidewalk from that side of that building, putting up high hedges to keep that buffer, because there's areas in the city that we do have these connections. And I think looking at this and having a future restaurant, the ship store, and some visitors that are going to be visiting this marina would be a great asset to this. I would think absolutely in compliance with 1122, what makes this special? Well, you have visitors coming eating at a restaurant, you have visitors coming to the marina, and to have access to our trail system. I think that was our staff's idea on this.
Understood. And I would concur with staff that it is one of the most unique aspects of our community, is the ability, for our walkability, and also Waterfront Park and other examples of things that are along our Intracoastal are some of the most heavily utilized paths that we have, and it's a tremendous, amenity and asset. These canals are beautiful, and the Intracoastal Waterway is something that people want to walk next to, and that's just my stance.
Thank you, Councilman. Just before I ask if there are any final questions, Mr. Tyner, I neglected earlier to ask you to please thank the Planning and Land Development Review Board. From what I've heard, and maybe you could just comment very, very briefly, they were faced with a rather unique subject, project, constrained with old development plans and projects and did not have the flexibility that you and the applicant have shown to find a way to bridge the gap between the old codes that they were looking at. And as you are well aware, we are getting ready to include the public in a complete review of the city's comprehensive plan. So again, I applaud you for being able to bridge that gap, but our thanks also go out to the work of the PLDRB, who had to work under, rather trying circumstances without the ability to negotiate and come to a conclusion. So thank you for that. With that, I would ask City Council, do you have any remaining questions while we have both the applicant and staff available?
I have.
Vice Mayor, Ms. Bonnevier?
I don't have any questions, no.
No questions.
Very good. Okay, then I would ask for a motion at this time.
Mayor, is this a motion just so that we may have further discussion?
That would be up to the motion maker.
You can discuss before a motion to decide if you want to make a motion, or you can make a motion and discuss it
Discussion
for purposes of
afterwards
discussion.
before we vote.
So do I have a motion on the dais?
Are you making the motion? Oh, I'll make the motion.
So what is your motion, please?
Well, motion to approve.
So if I'm not mistaken, Councilor, help me with this. I'd like you to expand your motion to include your reason for motioning.
Well, number one, open it up for discussion to see if there's any tweaking we want to do before we approve it.
With regard to the approval,
Yeah.
your approval is based on,
So I think what the mayor is asking for is maybe expanding on the motion, because, so for example, if this motion goes ahead and goes to vote, then, like we talked about in the workshop, we're required by statute to list why it was approved or it's denied, either way. So if you're making a motion to approve, then staff has, could you just bring up that slide?
Yes.
Staff has a motion, well, a recommended motion that they've put together to assist.
I'm making a motion to approve staff's recommendation on this project.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
That also includes two conditions that staff is requesting that the applicant has not agreed to.
Which I assume we are going to discuss that once this motion is seconded.
so define your motion. Are you including those two, or is that part of your discussion?
For the discussion point, yeah, I'll include our staff recommendation with those two exceptions.
Okay,
I would second that motion.
so I have a second. Counselor, do you want to repeat back the motion so everyone on the dais is clear, and the public as
Yes, my
well?
understanding is that the motion is to approve the proposed MPD application number 5132 and the Harborside MPD development agreement to rezone 17.64 acres from Harborside Inn and Marina PUD to Harborside MPD with the additional following conditions. Owner to construct a paved 5-foot sidewalk accessible to the public that would connect from the existing trail located on the west side of the Intercoastal Waterway and then traveling west adjacent to the drainage canal and south of the condominium and the parking garage out to the sidewalk located south of Palm Coast Resort Boulevard and east of Palm Harbor Parkway. The second condition, the existing boat ramp shall remain and be available for official government operations during emergency events. And this is all as conditioned in the MPD development agreement. The project meets the following requirements of the comprehensive plan's goals. 1.1 and policies 1.1.2 and 1.1.2.2 and the Land Development Code section 334, 334B2, and 334D.
Vice Mayor, acceptable for your motion?
That's my motion.
So there is a motion on the dais, and Councilman Clufus, are you seconding that motion that you just heard? Thank you.
Including petitions, yeah.
Councilperson Pontieri, you had some discussion.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm so used to talking to judges. I apologize, Mayor.
Above my pay grade.
So I want to first of all thank the applicant for your respect to our residents. I know you took a lot of notes. I think you did your very best to address concerns. I greatly appreciate that, and I again appreciate staff's efforts to come to a compromise. I'm going to apologize in advance for a little bit of my lengthiness. This is a very big decision, and so I think it's worthy of great discussion. And I want to be very robust and comprehensive in my comments and my factual and legal findings as I see them, because I do think that we're setting precedent here today with whatever our decision is for future developments in our city. At its very core, what we're looking at is a proposed density of 21.9 units per acre, and our staff has proposed 2 additional standards to construct a 5-foot sidewalk and the existing boat ramp remaining available for government emergency purposes. Our wonderful Mr. Tyner made a recommendation or a suggestion to alleviate the applicant's concerns about liability with regards to the sidewalk, and I think that that should be heeded if we are going to move forward, whether or not we table the decision today or we make a decision today. I think that Mr. Tyner's recommendation that there be an easement to alleviate the liability concerns should be seriously considered by the applicant. Respectfully, the proposed density is not less than what is currently permitted, because the use for the approved units right now is not fee simple, whereas what you're proposing would be fee simple ownership. So I think that's important to recognize. Our Section 10 standards that you all have agreed to, I'm still not comfortable with the language of. In C, it refers to the gazebo. It states in parentheses that you essentially don't have to construct or repair or renovate, but that you can submit an application for permits. I understand that Mr. Livingston addressed this concern, but I'm still not comfortable with the language. The language is important, as the applicant stated earlier. We don't trust each other. We enter into strict agreements to hold each other accountable. So I think that that language needs to be tightened up, and that very similar language is also stated with regards to the ship store. So we need to tighten up that language with regards to not only forcing the renovation or the repair or the construction, but I think making it something that needs to be done prior to the increased density, not simultaneously therewith, because there's no temporal requirement for you all, and I'm not comfortable with that. The language also states that the ship store may include or be combined with a restaurant. I understand that we're trying to lock in zoning for this specific lot to include a restaurant, but there's no requirement that a restaurant be constructed. That is something that would uniquely make this project creatively planned, which is what is required in order to deviate from policy 1.1.2.2 and increase your density. So the requirement for an actual construction of a restaurant, I think, is very important. The marina slips for the restaurant state that they need to be provided for, but that's only if a restaurant of 4,000 square feet and 75 patron seating is actually done. So yes, the requirement for the slips is here, but it's only in the case that a restaurant is actually constructed. So we're not requiring a restaurant to be constructed, so in essence, we're not really requiring the slips either, and I'm not comfortable with that language either. Factually, I think that when purchased, the applicant was aware of the current code conditions allowing 15 units per acre and of the intent for a hotel and resort style project. The applicant has indicated during previous hearings that it does not intend on constructing a hotel, but rather that the space will likely be used for residential and possibly even apartment leasing rather than fee simple ownership. While it is stated that the expected use conceptually in the plan could be hotel and multifamily residential townhome, that's really not holding the applicant accountable to any specific use. When we're looking at the economic impacts to Mr. Blase's and the Chamber of Commerce's concerns, I agree that this could have a great economic impact. But if we look at the intended use originally, which was your hotel and your resort style project, the long-term jobs that would be provided, I think actually would provide a better economic benefit. In addition to a bed tax and more sales tax from, rather than our residents, people passing through our community that are going to spend money in our community, including at European Village, at the businesses and the restaurants therein. Policy 1.1.2.2 says that deviations from density and intensity standards may be permissible in order to promote and encourage creatively planned projects and in recognition of special geographic features. Because we are looking to go beyond the 15 units per acre here, we've got to have that creatively planned project. What would make this a creatively planned project is in fact a hotel, is in fact a restaurant. Otherwise, we just have more residents on water, and we have plenty of that now. So we really need to go above and beyond to make this a creatively planned project. Based on the language of the proposals, there's no actual guarantee that the gazebo and the ship store will be done. That's a concern again. And I think that when we're looking at the history of this project, the density has continued to be an issue. PLDRB has denied this or recommended denial to us twice now, and I think that they should be given deference. We have them for a reason. So previously, city staff recommended 18 units per acre be approved. I would be inclined to entertain that and approve that if, in fact, we are looking to the applicant to provide a net benefit to our residents and actually make this a resort-style, mixed-use development like its original intent. And even if we look at some compromise between what the city staff or what the code calls for and what the applicant wanted, it's still 20 units. Maybe that's something that we go back to the drawing board and still work on. I don't want to see this development go by the wayside. I don't want to see our applicants be turned away. But at the same time, I'm not comfortable here today with the language and the density in order to just approve it. So I would still recommend that the applicant and the city go back to the drawing board and work just a little bit more. I know it's tedious, I know it's a lot of work, I know it's tiresome, and we don't want to lose you. But at the same time, I can't sit here today and recommend setting a precedent because this is not an agreement between the applicant and the city. This is a zoning change. This is precedent that we're setting and that we could be setting ourselves up for future increased density to future developers and future developments. So I think that the gravity of this situation really needs to be taken into consideration by our city council, and I would recommend tabling rather than approving so that we can lock down our language and we can address the density just one more time. And with that, I yield back.
Conclude your comments. Are there additional comments?
Yes. Councilmember Pontieri, can you prioritize what of your enumerated items you would say are necessity or your necessity to be able to come along, get on board with the project? Or is there any threshold on any of those items that you enumerated that are must-haves versus want-to-haves?
Certainly. So I think that definitely lowering our density a little bit more, either to the 18 or even and this would be based on city staff recommending that we are going to have sufficient ingress and egress, that we are going to have sufficient infrastructure, maybe even to the 20 units per acre. But we've got to have that restaurant, I think. I think that's something that really a restaurant on the water for this project that's actually required rather than just saying, well, this lot has to be maybe used for a restaurant, maybe for all these other COM2 uses. And the walkway. That also is something that makes us very unique to your point, Councilman Clufus. So I think that those are probably priorities.
Did I answer your question?
Absolutely.
Okay. Let me comment back, Councilperson Pontieri. I do appreciate the desire, certainly from your legal background, to tighten the language. I guess my comment, having been a restaurateur in the area and also worked very closely with hoteliers in the area, my concern is trying to force a legal template on top of a business model that either doesn't exist or won't be successful. We may desire, and everyone has spoken about wanting to have a restaurant, a hotel, and all of the other amenities. I think proof is obvious that for so many years, that model has not afforded itself an opportunity because the economics didn't make sense. It's my opinion, having listened to the applicant and to staff, that the commercial enterprises, the amenities as we referred to them, would make sense both to the applicant, to the city, to the public, to everyone, assuming that they would be successful. Building out according to a legal dialogue in the hopes that they would be successful is not, I don't think, the most prudent way forward. It's just an opinion in terms of your comments, and I do appreciate tightening the language because I also agree that what we're getting ready to decide this evening is precedential, and having the best legal language possible is good, but if the business isn't successful, it's all for naught. So with that, I would ask...
I would just like to make a couple of
Vice Mayor,
additional
go ahead.
comments. It's been 15 years, and as you say, Mr. Mayor, no one's come here to build a resort. That's going to sit there for another 15 years if we don't do something today. They reduced the density by 17%, and I want to thank staff and the applicant for working together on that. I think you guys reached a good compromise. You know, I've never voted for a tax increase, as most of you know, and I never will. But you know what? They're going to vote for tax increases if we don't find a way to bring some money into our coffers, into this community. And you know, right now, 92% of our tax revenue is collected from your homes. So for us to bring in a few more $1 million and some more workers and some impact fees, as the head of our chamber suggested this evening, I think is a good way. And yes, we're going to grow. That's a fact of life. And I know some people don't like growth, but with that growth, as the applicant's attorney said, we will have some increase in traffic. That's life. Things change. And I'm sorry to say it, but you know, we can't just live the way we're living forever. There's going to be change. And I think that's why it's important to move ahead with this. I think a restaurant's great. They can't put in any other commercial there until they have their restaurant. So that kind of locks them into it. A hotel would be fabulous, but you can't force someone to build a hotel unless there's a reason. We have to see what the economy does to generate that type of situation. So I'm in favor of this the way it stands.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Additional questions, discussion?
Yes, just to, I agree with our Vice Mayor that we are incurring change. We see it all over the state of Florida. There's people coming here, but we have a code for a reason. We have density requirements for a reason.
I'll ask the audience to please show the respect that City Council showed them when they were speaking.
And as it stands, 92% of our revenues come from homeowners. We need commercial. So we have here an opportunity to create an awesome resort-style mixed-use development. We can increase the density a little bit if we got to give that give and take where we're getting a net benefit to our city and our residents has to be present. So if there's a desire for increased density, fine, I get it. I agree with our Vice Mayor with regards to not being able to stop growth. But we also need to see the giving into our community in the form of what this initially was intended for, which is this resort-style hotel and or restaurant. So I just encourage, again, that recognition.
Thank you. Councilman Hyder?
Yes,
Councilperson.
I agree that we have had a lot of information from all parties concerned here. However, I am in very strong agreement with Councilwoman Pontieri that we need to look closer at this project, and there probably are some changes that need to be looked at to be made so that it's more suitable for the city. And as far as the revenues that are coming in from this project, revenues are one thing to be considered, but I also think that what it's going to do in terms of the community is very important also, and that should be taken into consideration.
Thank you, Councilperson. Any final comments from City Council?
No, I would also, the desire to have a restaurant there, I think everyone would agree upon, that'd be phenomenal. I just like to try to get our council in a bit more unison here. A reduction of 1.9 units in a restaurant being more or less mandatory, would that satisfy some of the qualms that we have by coming together? I hate when we get into a situation where we can't agree upon something, but we're just really not that far apart. Extending this would certainly just try to push this out a little bit, but is it really just a reduction of 1.9 units and necessitating the restaurant to be present that we're separate on?
I think that's part of it. I also think that the city staff's additional requirements, the sidewalk, and also, I mean, this boat ramp issue continues to, and I hate to pick on the language, but the language as it currently states on page 100 of the packet says, to the extent a private boat ramp is contained. It says to the extent that it's contained. It's not even required to be contained. So yes, I do think that would get us much closer, Councilman, but I also think that we still need to tighten up this language to hold the parties more accountable to actual requirements.
Fair, understood, and yeah.
I also think that the density of the project should be tightened up a little bit also.
All right, I'll go down the line.
Mayor,
Yes,
if I may.
please.
Okay, so I just want to remind the city council again, because we had this conversation before at the previous city council meeting. You are looking at approving or denying an NPD development agreement. The development agreement is a negotiated agreement. So sitting here and putting a motion on the table for these two conditions or additional restrictions will require the developer to agree to it. Unlike other situations where you can approve a rezoning and put conditions, because this is going through a development agreement, there has to be agreement on both sides. Otherwise, the city opens itself up to potential challenge. So really trying to come to a consensus here on the city council, 100% the developer needs to hear that, but then we also need to hear from the developer as far as their thoughts on whatever comes out of this discussion.
So
before
Counselor,
we go to a vote.
so I appreciate that. We have a motion on the floor and a second. We have had discussion. Is there any additional discussion at this time? Then I would ask the clerk to call the roll, call the vote.
Didn't council just say that we
Right.
needed input from staff?
Yeah, we need input from the developer. If the developer doesn't agree to, we have two conditions here in the motion that staff wants and the developer hasn't agreed to. So,
So do we need to ask the developer at this time if they will agree to those conditions
Yes.
if we approve this?
yes. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Tarek Batey again. So as to the two conditions are effectively the boat ramp and the sidewalk. And just to make everything crystal clear, there exists a boat ramp today. It is currently locked off so that no one can access it. If we unlocked it, it could be accessible. Given that this is a rezoning from one PUD to a new MPD, the MPD as proposed allows for the possibility of a boat ramp. It does not require that a boat ramp exist, but it does allow for one to exist. If one ever exists, it will be open for emergency government use. So there's no question about that. If it exists, the government gets to use it. However, whether or not it exists, mandating the requirement of a boat ramp isn't within the purview of zoning. Mandating a specific use, a specific operation must exist is just not part of proper planning and zoning. And I believe staff understands this because while they're proposing and they would like to see it, it's not been incorporated into the conditions of the written agreement itself. It's something they'd like to see. The boat ramp can be a hazard, as was discussed tonight, a very serious hazard. We are not necessarily opposed to it. We're just simply not at the point where we've got a fully designed, fully baked, fully committed site plan. No one's ever at that point in a rezoning, particularly an MPD rezoning. So if it can be accommodated, we would like to do it. While I am not the foremost marine expert, the reason to have the boat ramp, at least as suggested by staff, is for emergency government use. If the government needs to get boats in the water on some emergency basis, they can do so. We mentioned this to our marina operator, who operates both the marina at the subject property as well as the marina up in Marineland, and he noted that there are ample other opportunities, perhaps not within the technical Palm Coast city limits, but he noted a number of other opportunities nearby in Flagler County that would allow for entry of boats into the intracoastal waterway on an emergency basis or otherwise. So it's not as if this is the sole opportunity to have a boat ramp for emergency government purposes. There are other options, I understand ample other options which exist other than this. And so if we said you have to have a boat ramp, that takes a very strategic, important project to the city, and it allows the tail to then wag the dog, because then the rest of the project is held captive by having to have that boat ramp. And that, from a planning and design perspective, that just does not work at this stage. So that's why we unfortunately cannot agree to that.
May I ask a question? I would assume that that would be something that city staff would have looked into. So may we hear from city staff on that potential roadblock as with regards to holding the rest of the development hostage?
Well,
That would be within our design purview, subject to the limitations of the MPD. So staff, as great as they are, their job is not to design our project for us. That's our job.
I understand. I just want to make sure that this is something that is feasible, so that in the case that this is agreed to, you are not handcuffed, essentially. I want to make sure that this is something that is doable for all parties so that your project doesn't get held up if in the case we agree to this today.
Well, that's the problem. We don't know if it's doable or not. We're just not at that stage yet.
Mr. Tyner?
So, you know, design considerations, right? So we're at the 35,000-foot level, we're giving entitlements, we're increasing units and densities, right? So every project that we see that comes into the city of Palm Coast has a certain density tied to that, tied to the zoning. So there's always constraints and there's always design standards when you're developing a site. There's always things that they have to overcome, you know, as you're working the plan. You know, where are you going to put all these units? Are these units going to fit? You know, this is a maximum entitlement they're going to do. We have to look at fire rescue, for example, when we get down to the level of site plans and detailed site plans and building plans. You know, can a fire truck get through here? You know, all those things are to be considered. So they will most likely, that plan that you saw, that's part of this development agreement, I guarantee you will not be the plan that's going to be approved here. So there's always design considerations. In a staff perspective, that this, and I agree about the safety. We do not want to see it open. Our intent was not to have this open to the public, but just to have, for emergency purposes, keep having it gated. We don't want it open, but it's just for emergency purposes. And I think the design considerations and us working with them on how the site is going to be laid out, yes, it's part of them, but it's also complying with this as well, that there could be design considerations. And there's always another option that wasn't really speaking about here too. This is a master plan development agreement. The applicant has every right to come back if this is approved, and they can't do it, to come back for modification before this board to change that agreement in the future.
Ray, quick question. You're not locked into where that boat ramp is now?
No, sir.
Okay.
No, sir.
Counselor, there was a second condition that you thought the applicant should address? Hold on, let the count, go ahead.
The current condition, as written in your motion that you made, said the existing boat ramp shall remain. So,
I can
in a
modify
sense,
that.
it can be modified, but as currently out there, it says it's the existing boat ramp shall remain is the language.
So, thank you, Counselor. So, Vice Mayor, do you want to withdraw your motion?
So I can't modify it and say the existing boat
I
ramp
think
will
let's
remain, but
clean it
can
up.
be
Let's
moved?
clean it up. Let's withdraw your motion, if I can suggest that.
Well, the second has
Here,
to be.
Let's get
I'll
through
withdraw
the-
my
wanna
second.
get through the second thing first?
What's that?
You want, the path was the other issue we were dealing with.
Probably good.
Okay, go ahead.
So if we want to just, your response to that path.
So I
And
think,
Councilman Kloufas had suggested, which I thought was a very good idea, some sort of vegetation barrier. Would that make it a little bit easier? Now, I understand that if we do this, that becomes our responsibility to maintain, too, correct?
I assume so, yes, especially, yep.
so just so I'm clear, we've moved off the boat ramp onto the sidewalk? Okay.
Yes.
Correct.
So if the city if we were to grant the city an easement over that area, that granting of easement just by itself doesn't solve any liability issues, nor I don't believe that it's likely to solve the unhappy condo neighbor issues as well. There would be other agreements as part of that easement agreement, which would necessitate an not excessively, but an extremely robust indemnification. And so, frankly, I think we're expanding the scope of potential disagreement on exactly the form and language then of that easement and who's taking liability, and if there is a nuisance, who's going to address it and how they're going to address it. It takes something that is envisioned as simple and beneficial, but can potentially morph into something very complicated. So we have also worked extensively with the condominium association and their leadership. And frankly, the trust was mentioned earlier, I think established trust among our leadership and their leadership. And we would not want to violate that trust by imposing upon them, because they would be not the only one affected, but I think the most acutely affected by a public sidewalk. And further, if it's possible to get the site plan back up, I think that would be beneficial. It was noted earlier that the waterfront property to our south Currently, the city does not have an easement over that. So that, there may be an existing physical path, but there's no easement on that, and there's no easement on our property. And then not only that, our property terminates, at the waterfront on our north side. So I wouldn't say we're building a sidewalk to nowhere, but we're really only building a sidewalk to our restaurant and our marina. And that's not a wholly unworthy endeavor, but it's not quite so simple, and it comes with a lot of other complicating factors.
I think it's also important to.
Counselor, hold on one second. Go ahead, Gil.
Is it, is it your opinion that the same liability would exist if the portion of the sidewalk area was given in fee simple to the city?
My comment kind of is directed at that, so
Okay, thanks.
we can address that, but one of the things, what we're talking about now is, and Councilman Clufus talked about the wonderful interconnectivity that we have with our pathway system in the city, and he's absolutely right. It's one of the greatest amenities of not just Palm Coast, but Flagler County, that you can literally start at the pier and end up at Pellicer Creek at Sawmill Park, or the Ags Museum if you want to get on the dirt road. I mean, it's really interconnected. You don't see that in a lot of cities. Cities that have the benefit of, being more modern and planning now are integrating that, but in a lot of places you don't have it. Old Palm Coast is a perfect example, where not only do you not have pathways, but you don't even have sidewalks in the neighborhood. So we understand that amenity, but the way that it's being discussed is as if there's a need that the city's trying to address, and that's just wrong. As you can see in this plan, there's already a pathway along Palm Harbor Parkway, and there's crosswalks being shown on the site plan that's going to integrate into the system. The MPD specifically says that the project shall provide pedestrian and bicycle interconnectivity using sidewalks and pathways with bicycle racks at convenient locations. And the reason that the convenient locations language is in there is to make sure that we can separate the residential from the commercial, so the public access that Councilman Clusive mentioned will be maintained without having people walking through your backyard. Nobody here would want the city to say, we're going to put a sidewalk through your backyard. And that's what we're trying to control here. But most importantly, going back to the issue of need, is that, as Mr. Tyner said earlier, there's already a path. There's a pathway that is just to the south of the proposed pathway that exists, that is just in need of repair. Now, by my calculation on today's impact fee basis, whether you use transportation impact fees or park and recreation impact fees, which I think would be more appropriate to that particular amenity, you're going to collect on 299 units, $358,536.88 in park and rec impact fees. That I'm sure is a lot more than what it costs to rehab the existing path that it's my understanding that the city has an easement over through the back of the timeshare property. So you're asking us to contribute, or put it another way, you're trying to extract a pathway. That has to be tied to not only the impacts of the development, but also the need of the city. And saying we want a path here when we already have one, I would say 10 feet to the south from the existing location, there's just no justification for it. I agree that that pathway is nice, and I agree that it needs to be repaired. Repairing that pathway with the revenue and impact fees generated from this development is a much smarter way to approach it when you already have an existing path that's there, than to put a new path. I mean, are you going to demo the old path and put the new path in? It just doesn't make any sense. So again, if there was no path there, I would agree it's a legitimate concern. But as you can see, we're not trying to interfere with interconnectivity. We're just trying to make sure that sidewalks don't dump off into people's backyards, which I think we all agree is smart planning. So I just wanted to make sure that's clear, because that goes back to the fee simple. I would agree with the city attorney if there was no path and we were trying to find a way, a compromise to minimize liability. I'm not sure fee simple would do it, because the problem with the path is just narrow and people deviate from it, and that creates liability concerns, which I think was what Mr. Bate was getting at. But there may be a way to skin that cat if there was a need, but there isn't a need, because there's already a path immediately to the south that's existing and just needs to be repaired. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Let me kind of rephrase this.
Yes, please.
Before I cancel that motion and introduce a new one.
don't
Oh,
mean to interrupt
go
you,
ahead.
but Mr. Tyner indicated he had a
Oh,
response.
go
Yeah,
ahead,
I'd like
Bert.
to, yeah, if I may, you know, the path to the south is dilapidated, and when we were working with the owner of the property that's south, there was gonna be a restaurant there. We looked at that path and potentially enhancing it and making it, and I think we mentioned it too. And the problem of that path, as you recall, because we were wanting, you know, we were in talks with this applicant of improving that path. The problem was, if you maybe recall, Jay, would be there were some stormwater issues that the timeshare did not comply with, or there needed to be some ponds that were going to be there, so the path couldn't be there. So then we looked at your property that you're representing to say, well, then we can do it on your property and have that path go through that way. You recall that?
Yeah, I mean, what Mr. Tyner's talking about is, so if you go back to the old site plans for the timeshare, there was supposed to be a stormwater pond there. I provided those plans, you guys have them on file. For reasons that nobody can answer, including the DEP, because I was helping a developer on that parcel for not a restaurant, but something else, the DEP and St. John's River Water Management District informed us that if we develop that property, we would have to basically accommodate stormwater off-site. So, and they can't enforce it against the timeshare owner because it happened in like 1981 and too much time has passed. So if you go out there and walk along that path, you'll notice, if you kind of deviate into the woods, there is an outfall pipe that just lays in the woods back out there. At one point when we were discussing this project, because again, I've been working on this project for 5 years. There have been a lot of negotiations. We have been trying to find a plan that works for this site. And one of the requests from staff at one point was for us to rehab that path. I think, in fact, we had agreed to rehabbing that path in a draft MPD that never got to you all, or even planning board. Our concern was not so much that there would never be an agreement to do so. Our concern was that who would be responsible for ongoing maintenance if the stormwater issue was not resolved, which is way beyond our control because it's off our piece of property. So I don't think that the plan was ever to say you have to abandon that path or move it onto our property. It was that we didn't want to get into a situation of spending money rehabbing a path that was going to immediately be damaged again the minute it started raining. So we just needed there to be focus on that issue, which, because unfortunately that particular project didn't move forward, we never had an opportunity to focus on the issue. My point is that there's a path, and if it can't be remedied, if it can't be rehabbed because of stormwater concerns, well, that's just an answer that's a question that nobody has an answer to. There's not enough information that staff, the applicant, even the landowner to the south, at least at the time that I was working on that project, had to be able to answer that question. All we know is that there are stormwater issues that will have to be resolved in that area at some point when that property is developed. That's the extent of the knowledge that I'm aware of, and I don't think you guys have anything more.
Just from an engineering and design perspective, if the inhibition on reconstructing the pathway, which has the existing easement in favor of the city on the property to the south of our property, if the problem is, well, there really should be a stormwater pond there and they may or may not ever build it, there are other ways to handle stormwater retention obligations. It can be vaulted. You can put a sidewalk on top of a vaulted stormwater retention facility. It does cost more money, but there are pros and cons to doing it. And so that, it sounds as if, to me, there's an obligation on the part of the property owner to the south that's trying to be put forward onto our property, and it should really belong where it's always existed.
So, let me ask you guys this, because we're trying to move this football forward, and we're not getting very far. Forget the path, okay? No path. The boat ramp, someplace. Will you agree to that?
The trouble is, I'm not sure, so if you look at the site plan currently on the screen, the boat ramp is currently located in the northwest corner of the property. There's not a whole lot of other places we could feasibly put a boat ramp.
Now, you have said that you wanted a boat ramp, correct?
We think, all else equal, we think it would be nice to have that flexibility,
Okay, so you must have
yes.
some sort of idea where you might.
We would have a preference all else equal. The problem is we don't know at what cost having a boat ramp in that location, or it would need to be roughly in that location. We don't yet know what cost that would come at, and I don't mean monetary cost. I mean cost in terms of flexibility on everything else that has to get designed in the project. So we're going to have, as Mr. Tyner noted, we're going to have all sorts of requirements for loading, parking, building setbacks, fire truck turnaround areas. We just don't know, and we're just not at that point yet. We'd like to, all else equal though, absolutely.
How about just saying you will? It would make life easier.
The other question I have, just to make sure that we're clear, because this has been a discussion we've had for a very long time, and I'm still not entirely clear. A boat ramp serves one primary purpose, which is to place a boat on a trailer into the water. I don't know if fire services, I don't know if the fire chief can speak to it, if there's boats that are, there's two types of boats. I mean, there's lots of types of boats, but there's two primary types of boats. There's the type that you trailer. They have to come out. You can leave them in the water, they'll break down pretty quickly. And then there's boats that stay in the water. They have bottom paint. They have a different type of finish on their bottom that allows them to stay in the water. I don't know how fire rescue, the sheriff's office, Fish and Wildlife, if they have boats that stay in the water, because at one point when we were discussing this with just staff trying to crack this nut, the issue came up is what they really wanted was some kind of emergency staging right when it is needed. If they need to put a boat in the water every time that happens, well then a boat ramp is a necessity. If they just need the right to tie off and use whatever waterfront access we have to provide emergency staging, that's a completely different issue, and I'd have to obviously let my client speak to it, but that's a very different thing than a boat ramp that you have to maintain the thoroughfare for access to. So if we're talking about launching emergency vessels into the water because we're launching emergency vessels in these situations, then that is a legitimate request, I would say. But if we're talking about emergency staging for vessels that are already in the water because they're the types of boats that stay in the water, well, it's a completely different request. And it's something that I think is a lot easier for us to discuss and agree to than the location of a boat ramp in an area that's incredibly tight. This is a staff's report. I couldn't find it, but the existing, I don't know if you have our PowerPoint. It's the vacant lot existing, what it looks like right now. You can see where the location of the boat ramp is, and it conflicts with, I mean, not just the ship store rehab, but it conflicts with our ability to put the restaurant in that we're being asked to make sure that we put all of our, efforts into making sure happens, because it's just in a very narrow part of the lot, unfortunately. So, I mean, I don't know if anybody can answer that question.
They have a 25-foot Boston whaler that was in the last contract.
Okay.
So I'm pretty certain that 25-footer gets yanked in and out, and they keep it over by Malacompra.
And they drop it in on a ramp?
I see it on the trailer over by Malacompra. I play pickleball often down there and I have to drive by it each time, but I can't.
Can I ask a quick question? So, Jay, are you suggesting that, I was a little bit confused as to if you're making a suggestion.
I am making a suggestion.
That one of the marina slips is given to use for storage of the boat?
Well, we have marina slips, we have seawalls, we have finger piers. It really depends on what the need is. That's really my question.
Okay.
Is I've never been entirely clear on exactly what the need is. If it's every time there's an emergency, we need the ability to drop a boat in, well, boat ramp's needed. But if that's not the need, then we may be trying to solve a problem that's not the real problem.
All right, so Vice Mayor, were you focused on the emergency nature of the boat ramp? Because obviously that's important to everyone.
That would
Okay.
be the focus, yes.
You had mentioned that you're prepared to, you want to withdraw your motion? Yes.
I'll withdraw my motion.
You want to withdraw the second now? Did you want to put forward a new motion?
I do, but I want to make sure it's a motion everyone's going to agree to. If they don't agree to it, it's kind of pointless.
Yeah, fair.
Mr. Kloufis, did you want to give this a shot?
I'm in the same boat as you. I think we're trying to find a middle ground here, terms that are agreeable.
Right, if we had some sort of, if I could make I think we're hung up on the boat ramp
Could I-
more than anything.
Can I try and make a suggestion that
Sure,
might help?
please.
So it's clear none of us truly understand exactly what the need is. And it's also clear that we're not prepared to have our site plan limited by a boat ramp, which might only be used sporadically, hopefully never, right, in the case of emergency. And if we think about different types of emergencies, I tend to think it's not the ambulance type, but more the hurricane sort of type. I'm just guessing, could be wrong. If it's a hurricane sort of type, you can see that coming somewhat in advance. So what if we agree to some sort of condition that says, if a government agency is requesting temporary usage of a slip, that we'll give it to them. We'll figure out a way to make that happen. It may not even be one of the 84 slips, but we'll allow them to somehow dock their boat where they need to on our property so that they can access it and get in the water on an emergency basis.
And I appreciate that, because you are trying, and I do not want to dismiss that. I think that I would rely on city staff to advise as to whether or not that would accomplish the desired goal in conjunction with probably our fire chief and maybe other members of our city, directors of our city who are working towards these different conditions. So at this point, it seems to me that factually there's some disputes with regards to where the existing path is in comparison to where the new path is being proposed, in addition to what the actual use of the boat ramp would be. And so for that reason, Mayor, I would motion for us to table tonight's decision, let you all go back and clarify these things, and perhaps work just a little bit more on the density, because I don't see clarity with regards to understanding as to these additional 2 conditions that at the very least city staff has asked for. So
So
that's my
you've made a motion, and you've incorporated 2 different things into that motion now. You started with one, then you went to another, is that correct?
My motion is that we defer this decision to approve or deny.
Can I make a suggestion real quick?
Certainly.
Okay, so in land use cases, when you have a hearing, if we're going to defer or table, then that will require additional notice. You have to go back through the required statutory notice. If you continue the matter on the record to a time certain, then the statutory notice is not required because it was done at a public hearing. So it's up to you as to how you want to make your motion, but specific to quasi-judicial decisions, that's what would have to occur if you don't tie a date certain to it.
So then I would make a motion to continue this to a date certain hearing.
February 21st. 9 a.m.
February
would be our next
21st,
meeting. Yep.
certainly.
That would be our next our business meeting. Yep.
So that's my motion.
So there is a motion. Is there a second?
February 21st.
Hearing no second, then the motion does not move forward. Is there another motion on the dais?
I'll restate my previous motion minus the path, but some sort of provision for boats, for safety, for emergencies be provided. And maybe I need to get a little more specific.
As the applicant
as the
has
applicant
suggested with
described.
regard to a declaration of emergency, you will make you work with staff to make the emergency use of the boat ramp possible.
Yes, and Jay's really the boating expert, not me. So I think we could right now pretty quickly just come up with some language for that intent of if the government.
A simple yes to what I said would do it for now.
Yes.
So there's a motion.
I think we're
don't
going to need
understand.
some clarification on that. And if
Clarification on a motion?
clarification on what the condition that we want to add regarding the
Our fire
emergency.
department, our sheriff's department, the state
Wait,
of
I'm sorry,
Florida.
hold on, Counselor. So there's a motion that the applicant has agreed to provide emergency access to a boat ramp should there be a declaration of emergency. Is that not clear enough?
But that's a little bit different than our proposal.
All right, bring it.
Our proposal would be let's say, if reasonably requested by any government agency, which is not limited to local government, for use of a portion of our marina for boat access. Jay, you might need to help me out here. Boat access probably isn't the word, but effectively, if they want to keep a boat in the water for a week or 2 weeks or whatever, they can do that for emergency purposes. And we'll accommodate it however we need to accommodate it.
We have 3 lawyers here. I think we can nail this down,
Yeah.
right?
If we want to take
Yeah.
a recess for 5 minutes on this item, maybe, Jay, go ahead.
Well, The, right now, section 4C2, which is the marina and marina support facility section. This is permitted uses, this is not section 10. Specifically says, and this was moved from section 10 to section 4 because we want to make sure that our intent of having a boat ramp is real. It says, to the extent a private boat ramp is contained in the project, then it shall be available for official government entity use for emergency situations. That's already part of what is being before you. We could add to that to basically be a plan B if there is no boat ramp, that that a available dockage will be provided for emergency vessels as determined in a site plan approval or something along those lines. I mean, the specific location, I don't have the marina plan. The marina might get rehab, but as long as we provide a location for emergency vessel dockage or mooring, then I think that will satisfy the condition.
Counselor?
So it would be, if a boat ramp cannot be provided, then the developer shall provide, what you said, it was a 25-foot Boston whaler. I mean, that's a fairly small boat. I mean, you can probably provide a mooring slip or a dockage slip that's for a larger vessel without really impacting the operation of the marina. Look, the location can be determined at the time of the initial site plan, but we can commit to that. That's not a problem. As an
Get the
alternative.
language right.
Let's,
And I'll defer to the city attorney in terms of how she
Okay.
wants to, if she wants to make that sound a little better, but I think,
Now, Mr. Mayor, you can't bring that aircraft carrier over there, okay?
I don't know if, I don't want to put the fire chief on the spot, but length of vessel would be a helpful thing to know, so we can make sure we get the language right, in terms of what's in your fleet.
Yeah, and I was also concerned as,
So length of vessel, I think we're going to have an impact here, and it could create an opportunity where we might need something. Today, we do not have watercraft in the fire department. The sheriff's office does have 3 boats. I do think the solution that says either we have access to put in or we're able to store a boat there, it matches either one, right? And so from an emergency services perspective, the ability to be there when a situation happens, because we don't always have them planned. We were thinking of the ways that planned situations quickly become unplanned, especially if you guys have a very successful project. We're going to have people in the water, boats in and out, and unfortunately, that'll mean we'll have some business over there. Today, it's not quite as much, and so in either or situation where we're able to either put in through the existing boat ramp or ability to store between us and our partners at the sheriff's office, seems like a very reasonable accommodation for emergency services.
Thank you, Chief. Hold on just a second.
Okay, can I suggest something?
Yes, please.
Okay, so in section 4C2, adding the following, after to the extent a private boat ramp is contained in the project. If a boat ramp is not provided, the owner shall provide a docking area within the marina to accommodate emergency vessels during the emergency situation.
Absolutely, yeah.
Say it out loud? Yes?
Yeah,
Yes?
absolutely.
Okay.
That would be my motion.
cool.
Okay, so the motion I'm hearing for the record is the following. A motion to approve the proposed NPD application number 5132 and the Harborside NPD development agreement to rezone 17.64 acres from Harborside in a Marina PUD to Harborside PUD with the additional following condition added to section 4C2. If a boat ramp is not provided, the owner shall provide a docking area within the marina to accommodate emergency vessels during the emergency situation.
Vice Mayor, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Hold on 1 second. As conditioned in the MPD development agreement, the project meets the following requirements of the comprehensive plan's goals. Goal 1.1 and policies 1.1.12 and 1.122 and the land development code sections 334, 334B2, and 334D.
Thank you,
Is that your
Counselor.
motion?
Is that your, Vice Mayor, is that your motion? There's a motion on the dais. Is there a second?
I would second that motion, but I would like to ask our staff how this would conditionally impact the pathing, because we
Well,
talked.
let's, So you're going to second the motion?
Yep.
Okay,
And I
now
wanna ask staff
discussion.
a question.
Go ahead.
Yes, please.
So this is without the path?
This is without the path, and I want to ask, would we be able to rehabilitate the dilapidated path to the south to be able to provide continuity like we were discussing earlier?
The information that I have gotten without that being developed, I don't have an answer for it. It sounds like there's some retention, and when that gets developed, it may not be feasible, so I don't know.
Interesting. And that potentially bothers me. If this turns out that we can't do anything with that path down below, or to the south, I should say, not down below, if it costs millions of dollars to have some type of inline sidewalk and storm drain retention issue, then we're not going to be able to rehabilitate that path without, some type of funding mechanism that we're not comfortable with approving. Is there the ability to, in the same way, to say that if we are unable to remediate this dilapidated path, that we would be offered some type of easement on this property to be able to create that continuity? Is that something that our council is comfortable with? I just want to ensure that there is an available path forward, no pun intended, for getting this path approved.
I don't have the answer to that question. That would have to come from them.
Yeah.
Respectfully, I think this is a good reason to continue until February 21st, these types of things. I know there's a motion pending, so I don't want to disturb that, but.
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to ask the other council members, are we comfortable moving forward in this if the path is potentially not viable, not only within this project, but if the path to the south is deemed beyond repair?
Counselor?
I just wanted to point out that as somebody who tried to solve this problem once, when I actually had the ability to work with the landowner, we are talking about a piece of property we have no control over.
Yeah.
So what can be permitted there, how that can be done without, you're asking us basically to table something so I can go find a third party to see if they're agreeable to me potentially permitting a stormwater system that the timeshare people should have built 30 years ago. So I would keep that in mind in terms of what benefit tabling it would be to solve that problem. We dug into the issue, we discovered the problem. I'm assuming there's a way to build the path without having to spend millions of dollars on stormwater, but we can't solve that problem because it's on property that we do not control. My only point earlier was that in order to require us to have a path, there needs to be some basis of benefit or need from the city, and there is no benefit or need from the city because there's an existing path that can be fixed. It wouldn't necessarily solve the stormwater problem, but again, I can't even get access to that property without permission from the property owner to determine what the flow rate is when the rain is falling, which would require waiting for a sufficient rainfall to see what's coming out of that outfall pipe. That's just the logistics of solving that problem. It's not something that can be done. Nor is it appropriate or fair to impose that obligation on my client when there's a path that's there on somebody else's property that can be rehabilitated. It's just how long would that rehabilitation last without having all of this knowledge that we don't really have the ability to get. Nor do I think staff. I think staff's limited to what's in the public record, which is what we thoroughly reviewed and kind of came up with we need to solve this problem when we develop that property, not this property. So
And that's why we thought it was the best option to build the path on the applicant's property, because there are so many issues on the adjacent property with it, and they don't have any control of it. So having the path built on their property, which is really not that far away, right? You have a ditch and then the path. It's kind of adjacent to it. It's kind of parallel to what would be proposed.
Just physically, if you were to walk back there, between the broken path and the proposed alternate path on our property, there's huge landscaping, which is not well manicured by any means. It's on the other owner's property, and then there's a big fence. So there's very robust screening, and there's frankly not that much room south of the existing condo tower in our southern property line. Technically, could it be replicated? Yes, but again, significant cost, and so unfortunately, we're just not in favor of seeing our neighbor who has an obligation not fulfilling that obligation, then taking it upon ourselves to fix their goof.
All right, we have a motion and we have a second. Is there any additional discussion?
Well, how do you guys feel about what just was said? Do we feel like we should put the obligation on the party that's here today and that we have control over and that we could potentially solve this issue of, I mean,
Wait, I'm sorry, we have a motion and we have a second.
Yeah.
So your discussion is,
I'm afraid that they're just not going to accept the path.
yeah.
And I think we have to look at the path we have that's broken and find a way to fix it, and I think that's probably on us.
Yeah.
And I would be happy to look at that and, you know,
Yeah.
spend some money and fix it.
Yeah,
We should be collecting a lot of impact fees. We might be able to use some of them, I would hope.
potentially the way forward.
And also, I'll just remind council that it sounds to me that the applicant's not agreeing to
Right.
the path.
now, the other option you have as part of our discussion is it certainly could be a part of your strategic action plan, your SAP process, to make this a priority, which would put it in there and allow for a funding mechanism to be developed to make sure that the residents are comfortable with a path that makes sense.
Yeah. Fair.
Any other discussion by city council members at this time?
No, Mayor.
Roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Danko?
Yes.
Councilmember Carly Pontieri?
Nay.
Councilmember Hyder?
No.
Councilmember Clufus?
Affirmative.
Mayor Alfin?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
We move forward on the agenda now to section number, let the room clear.
Yeah. 4 and 4. Okay. I-4. Okay, I'm gonna start.
So we are on agenda item 4, resolutions. Counselor?
Yes, this is a resolution regarding Revere at Palm Coast Park, Phase 1 Final Plat, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, approving application AR number 5120 for the final plat of a parcel of land located in portions of government sections 4 and 9, Township 11 South, Range 30 East, City of Palm Coast, Flagler County, Florida, providing for execution, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for implementing actions, and providing for an effective date. City Council, this is a final plat approval. That means that the development's already started. However, it is still a quasi-judicial matter, so please disclose any ex parte communications you may have had.
Vice Mayor?
None.
Just have to wait for 1 minute. Okay, yeah, I have nothing.
Thank you, Mayor. City Council, Ray Tyner, Deputy Chief Development Officer. This is a final plat. You heard a final plat at your last meeting. It is the last stage of development, and Estelle Lenz and Dennis Sleep has a brief presentation to go through the details.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. Estelle Lenz, City Planner. And this item is the final plat for the Reverie at Palm Coast Park, Phase 1. The Reverie at Palm Coast Park Phase 1 is a 113.22 acre site. It's located on the west side of US 1, approximately 1 mile north of Hargrove Grade. It is the property outlined in red. This slide shows acronyms that are used throughout the presentation, and I'll just explain what they are or state what they are as I go through the presentation. The zoning map shows the property to be zoned MPD, which is Master Plan Development. Excuse me, it's part of the Palm Coast Park MPD. All of the blue shows the MPD zoning of Palm Coast Park, and again, this is the property outlined in red. The future land use map designation is DRI, which is Development of Regional Impact Mixed Use, and has a little bit of conservation future land use map designation as well. This slide shows some previous approvals for the Palm Coast Park Development of Regional Impact, the DRI. It was first recorded in December of 2004. It has been subsequently amended, and the 8th amended and restated Palm Coast Park DRI became effective January 28th of 2020. The zoning of the property is MPD, Master Plan Development, and the Palm Coast Park Master Plan Development, the first portion was rezoned back in 2008. The remaining portions were rezoned, and the MPD agreement was adopted in October of 2011. That also has been subsequently amended, and the 4th amended and restated Palm Coast Park MPD agreement was adopted January in 2020. This development in the Palm Coast Park Master Plan Development, the Reverie at Palm Coast Park, had subdivision master plan approval that was approved by the Planning and Land Development Regulation Board in June of 2020. And the Reverie at Palm Coast Park preliminary plat and construction plans received staff approval in October of 2021, and construction commenced. These are some photos of the infrastructure that has been, some of the infrastructure that has been completed to date. Shows roadway improvement, an intersection. This shows a pond and a lift station that has been constructed. This slide shows the plat layout. It is a plat for 272 single-family residential lots on 31 tracts. And as Mr. Tyner explained, this is the final plat, which is the final stage of the subdivision approval process. The final plat receives staff review, and it is also sent out to a second-party surveyor and is reviewed by the city attorney, who review the lots, tracts, and easements to ensure compliance with all state statutes and technical standards of the city. And a performance bond estimate in the amount of $1,293,724.26 has been received and found to be acceptable for the infrastructure which has not yet been completed, and that's to ensure that the infrastructure is completed. And staff's recommendation is that City Council adopt a resolution approving the final plat for the Reverie at Palm Coast Park Phase 1 and authorizing the mayor to execute the plat and staff to issue a final development order for application number 5120. That concludes presentation.
First questions. Any questions for staff from City Council?
No, I have no questions.
Would now open up this agenda item for public comment. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this agenda item at this time? Seeing no one come forward to the podium, I'll close the public comment section. Are there any additional questions or discussions by City Council?
No, sir.
None.
Very good. Then I would ask for...
Mayor, can we do a ex-party communication for Councilmember Hyder?
I'm sorry, I apologize. You were out. Have you had any ex parte communications regarding this matter because it's quasi-judicial?
No.
Okay, Counselor, good. So with that, I would ask for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
So I have a motion to approve from Councilperson Pontieri. Do I have a second?
I'll make the second.
I have a second from Vice Mayor Danko. Is there any additional discussion?
No.
Seeing none, let's do a roll call.
Vice Mayor Danko?
Yes.
Councilmember Teresa Carly Pontieri, sorry.
Yes.
Councilmember Hyder?
Yes.
Councilmember Clufus?
Yes.
Mayor Alpin?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
We move next to item number 5. Counselor?
Thank you, Mayor. This is a resolution regarding the Seminole Woods Investments LLC and BJ's Wholesale Club, Inc. pre-annexation agreement. A resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, approving the pre-annexation agreement with Seminole Woods Investments LLC and BJ's Wholesale Club, Inc., authorizing the city manager or designee to execute said agreement, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for implementing actions, and providing for an effective date. And staff is here to discuss this. Also, I'll make one note, and the property owner's attorney is here and will provide you with the updated language. There was a slight change in the second whereas clause to properly reflect the situation. So he's going to ask that that be submitted. And I've already looked at it, and it's fine. I approved it. I think just the wrong version got in with the agenda, so.
Thank you. Mr. Papa, would you like to present?
Sure thing, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, members of City Council, Jose Papa for the Community Development Department. We're just going to briefly review the pre-annexation agreement with BJ's Wholesale Club and Seminole Woods Investment LLC. The subject property is about 31-acre parcel located the southwest quadrant of 100 and Seminole Woods Boulevard. So if you look at the aerial, it's the parcel just to the west of, that's the racetrack on State Road 100. And it's no secret that the proposed development for this site is BJ's Wholesale Club and some additional retail space, which would be fronting, I believe, mainly along State Road 100. This pre-annexation agreement spells out the steps and the conditions for the annexation of the subject properties. The annexation petition, and again, this is a pre-annexation agreement, so this is not the agreement that requests annexation to the city. The annexation petition itself will be filed by BJ's, and I believe that's Seminole Woods Incorporated, after the transfer of the property from the current owners to BJ's and SWI. The annexation ordinance will be then considered by City Council after BJ's and SWI request the water service. Currently, there has been an extension for water service that has been filed with the utility department, so that does exist. The effective date of the ordinance, that is the annexation ordinance, once if approved by City Council, will come 60 days after issuance of a certificate of occupancy or completion for phase 1 of this entire project, which would be the BJ's. Part of the pre-annexation agreement is that the city will provide water service prior to annexation, and that's subject to an approval of a utility agreement, separate from this pre-annexation agreement, separate from the annexation agreement between BJ's, SWI, and the city. And you know, the utility agreement includes a lot of different things about how to pay for infrastructure, how the extension will be done, the size of pipes and all that. That's going to be between the utility department and the developers. So per state, and also under the pre-annexation conditions, per state statutes, this property will eventually be subject to a future land use map and zoning map amendment provided with the right city designations. The pre-annexation agreement becomes effective upon execution by all parties, and the agreement is subject to termination as follows. Automatic termination if ownership does not transfer by June 30 of this year, or if the city does not approve the annexation ordinance by December 31 of 2024. So at this time, staff is recommending the approval of this pre-annexation agreement. And I believe that the representative for the landowner is here.
If you're not sick of me yet, Jay Livingston here on behalf of SWI Investments and BJ's for the purpose of this agreement. As just a quick cleanup item, as the city attorney mentioned, the copy of the annexation agreement that you have in your staff report, recital C, says BJ's is under contract to purchase a portion of the property. That was modified to say BJ's Wholesale Club is contemplating entering into a contract to purchase the property. It's a semantics that has to do with the status of the current joint venture for the development. So this was actually submitted to the staff. It got lost in the shuffle because it was a last-minute change that BJ's council made. I showed it to the city attorney. She confirmed this is it. The problem is that the copy you have, G is on page 1, and the copy, once you add that change, G goes to the second page. So instead of swapping this out, I would just propose, if you all decide to approve the annexation agreement, to replace it, and I have copies for everyone, so you can have it to look at. That recital C with the one that I handed you, and then I actually already have 2 original copies of the signed annexation agreement if it's approved to give to the clerk, so it can be executed, and one of them can be recorded. We need 2 copies for our purposes. So obviously, you may have questions about the actual agreement, but I just wanted to make sure that clear. I'm going to give this to the clerk, and if any of you all need a copy to look at that recital, I can hand it out, or she can distribute it to you.
Counselor, are you okay with
Yes.
that?
Yeah, I only brought the first page because the rest of the agreement is the same. It was just a minor change to the recital.
Good more?
No, if you have questions, I'm here for you.
Give everybody a minute to look this over. I do have a question. Mr. Papa, if you would,
Yes, sir.
could you just summarily review the steps following this step?
Yes. After the transfer of ownership between BJ's and SWI and the current owners, which I believe is Airport, whomever, it's another party, there will be an annexation petition filed. At the time that, I'm sorry, the annexation petition will be filed after that transfer. Council can then consider that annexation petition after BJ's and SWI request water service. What I've stated is that I've talked to the utility department, and there has been an application for an extension of utilities to this site. I'm not sure who filed it, but there's one that's been filed. So essentially, council can consider that annexation petition at the time that we have that, essentially after they close, since we already have the request service. So, however, based on this pre-annexation agreement, once you adopt the annexation ordinance, it does not become effective until 60 days after essentially the completion of BJ's, which is going to be done through a CO or certificate of completion. In the past, I will say that the city attorney's office does not like to leave ordinances without a termination date. So to say 60 days after CO, when we don't know what that date is, probably will not be sufficient for the city attorney's office. There will likely be a more date certain as to what that date is that it becomes effective.
All right, so I guess what I'm trying to get to is, will city council have another opportunity to approve annexation?
Yes, this agreement in no way requires the city council to annex.
Yes.
Okay, and let me explain why I'm asking. So I'm going to ask my fellow city council members if they would join me in asking or directing staff to, prior to that date, offer us an opinion on the traffic consequences of this development before we agree to annexation. I'm not asking for a traffic study, I'm asking for staff's opinion using your resources on the traffic implications presently and moving forward. So,
yeah.
Do I have city council's consensus on that, directing staff that way?
I believe so. That seems fair. Is there any expectation?
Wait a minute, hold on.
Okay.
So we're good? So do you see any problem? I want to be specific. I don't want to ask you to do something that you can't do.
Yeah, no, before the annexation, we'll give an analysis of the transportation
Okay.
and the traffic and the impacts, and they're going through that exercise right now with the site plan with the county, so we'll be sure to give that information, provide that.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Papa?
No, sir. If that satisfies your question, I have nothing.
It does, thank you, yes.
No, sir, I have nothing else.
So does that complete the presentation?
Sir, it does.
Is there additional presentation on behalf of the annexation, pre-annexation applicant?
I just wanted to note, because I don't think Mr. Papa is aware of it, we were issued the utility agreement by the utility department today, so that's been approved and it's ready to be signed. So the conditions for extension of the water line, as well as substantial upgrades to the city system, the portion that will be ultimately dedicated to the city, has been completed. It's just in the process of being signed and then returned. So that portion of his presentation, as far as the next step, that's basically done, other than getting it signed and back. And then everything else he said, as far as the process is concerned, is correct, yeah.
Good, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any additional questions or comments from, discussion from city council members at this time?
I do have one question for staff. Is there a reason why we aren't getting impact fees until phase 2 of this project?
Well, if BJ's is developed and constructed within the county, then the impact fees are paid at the time of CO. So wherever that falls in the jurisdiction, such as Flagler County with the BJ's, the impact fees would go to the county. Now, for the out parcels, if this property is all annexed in, and we have those out parcels that are there for some of the retail establishment, then we would collect those impact fees if they're built in the city.
So it appears from the agreement that the county is getting impact fees at phase 1, and we're getting impact fees at phase 2. Will they be using any of the property that's being annexed during phase 1?
I believe what they will end up doing, because it's a Florida Department of Transportation roadway network, so any improvements, FDOT, and I don't have all the details because it hasn't been approved yet with the county, but the Florida Department of Transportation will be involved along with Flagler County to make sure those improvements on that state roadway are appropriately made, like for desal lanes, any lights or any intersection improvements. So all that would be done via the site plan approval through the FDOT and Flagler County for some of those improvements. Now, for the impact fees for BJ, I can't answer the question of where that pocket of money from the county, where that would go. I do not know.
Okay, I'm sure it seems like you recognize my concern that obviously we have an impact to our surrounding community. We want those fees are supposed to pay for that kind of ahead of time rather than waiting until CO. So just want to make sure from city staff you feel comfortable with regards to the impact fees being paid in a right timeline to make sure that we're subsuming those impacts accordingly.
And I think, like what the mayor suggested, you kind of a transportation analysis before annexation, that's clearly something that could go along with that we can ask the county where those monies are going and those type of things, and bring that information as a package.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions or comments at this time? So I would invite the public. Is there any member of the public that would like to comment on this project at this time? Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Preston Zepp. Some of y'all know me, one of the history researchers up here in the county. I just want to clarify something. I was working out on Brick Road, CR 13, and I got a message that I need to check Palm Coast's Facebook page. The Brick Road we talk about being endangered is not the one that's up here by BJ's. Somehow they said they wanted to dispel some misinformation. The misinformation is it's two separate things. The Brick Road on BJ's is actually Moody Boulevard. There's still a stretch inside the airport. And it kind of cut down through Craig Flagler Palms. CR 13 goes from the border to Espanola, and it has been annexed, as far as I know. We don't know what the impacts are going to be on it yet. But I just want to clear that up, since it's going to be here on YouTube. I'm not a big fan of developers, I'm sorry, but they've already destroyed a couple of different historic sites, so I'm kind of watching what's going on Brick Road. And I just wanted to clear it up so that whoever posts on Facebook understands that there is a difference in the brick roads around here.
We thank you. Thank you for your comment.
Also, 3 hours of arguing over a sidewalk and a boat ramp, I don't envy y'all's job at all.
Appreciate your comment. Are there any other members of the public that would like to comment to City Council at this time? Seeing no one approach the podium, I will close public comment. Come back to the dais. Is there any additional discussion for this item?
I just want to remind City Council that any motion made, if you're going to approve it, should include the change to recital C referenced by the Owners Council.
Understood. I'll make that motion to include the change to recital C. Yep, move approval with recital C modification.
I'll second it.
So I have a motion from Councilman Clufus and a second from Vice Mayor Danko. Any additional discussion? Let's continue with the roll call vote, please.
Vice Mayor Danko?
Yes.
Councilmember Carly Pontieri?
Yes.
Councilmember Hyder?
Yes.
Councilmember Clufus?
Aye.
Mayor Alfin?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
We now move forward.
With your permission, I'm going to give the clerk the two originals, and I'll work out with her the recording costs. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, agenda item I-6.
Yes, so I'm going to defer to our city manager for this agenda item, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be brief. Carmelo Morales here.
I'm sorry, do you need to read it into the record specifically first, Councilor?
Yeah, I'll read it in
So
first.
you first and you second.
Okay. This is a resolution regarding the W1 Bell Terre Parkway Bridge rehabilitation, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Palm Coast, Florida, approving additional funding for expenses related to the W1 Bell Terre Pathway Bridge Rehabilitation Project, authorizing the city manager or designee to execute the necessary documents, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, providing for implementing actions, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Councilor. Now, city manager, if you would.
Thank you. So I just wanted to introduce this item because I thought it was important to make an impression that this particular project reflects two things. First, how important it is to do inspections of our culvert system, and two, to be proactive as best as we can when we don't know all the unforeseen conditions, and not to use the staff text within the background, but it was somewhat of a perfect storm with storms, right, of the compounding factors that was unveiled as we explored the project and as we looked at the culverts, which compounded some of the factors that is being brought to you today. So, Carmelo, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Bevan. So, yeah, good evening. Again, I'm Carmelo Morales, Stormwater Engineer at the Stormwater Engineering Department. It's been a while since I talked about this project here, so I just want to give you a quick history and just a quick, recap of what the project's about. This W1 project intends to tackle a couple of some problematic areas that were happening in this area, right? So one, it intends to reconstruct the boardwalk. A portion of it's going to go to concrete sidewalk. A portion of it's going to go back to boardwalk. It intended to rehabilitate the existing 84-inch pipes, metal pipes that are going on the Bell Terre. Lastly, it was also going to address some recurring erosion issues that were happening, as runoff comes off the road. From Bell Terre, it's steep slopes, right? So it was constantly eroding. We were constantly having to do maintenance activities there, which added up the dollars. So it was going to create a swale and pipe system that was going to route it to the ditch. The project kicked off back in June of last year, towards the end of June. As the project kicked off, like Ms. Bevan mentioned, there's always circumstances that come up, right? First of all, I want to say that this is a heavily trafficked area, especially by the schools, right? We have Buddy Taylor right there. We also have Wadsworth. So there was kids going back and forth. There was coordination happening with the Board of Education. We had to close that sidewalk, so everyone was getting routed to the west side of the sidewalk there. As you all know, last year we had a couple of hurricanes. Fortunately, there wasn't some really adverse impacts to the project directly related to that, right? nothing fell apart, but there was some line items, some tasks that FPL needed to do on our project so that our contractors can move forward. Unfortunately, FPL pretty much prioritized the entire West Coast and sent all the contractors out there. So that really delayed other tasks that we could have done. The project right now is probably 2 to 3 months behind schedule. Not just that, a few months after that, once the water was lowered, right, so these pipes are constantly surcharged. So during inspections of these pipes, you can't really see, we're not talking crystal clear waters, right? So once the waters got lowered for construction activity, we really got to see the picture of what's happening. The head wall was in very bad condition. It was tilting, it was cracking. There was water coming through, seepage right from the upstream side of the canal. Likewise with the pipes. The pipes where after it was dewatered, there was an infiltration of water coming through groundwater that was excessive. So a lot of times what happens when you have all this groundwater movement, you start to see some voids happening on the road, right, above the pipes and whatnot. Water tends to do that. That kind of spurned a couple of additional expenses that we needed to partake for, just to stay with the theme of the evening, public safety, right? So we need to protect this road. We noticed it was in severely bad condition as far as the voids are concerned. So we started to install some grouting. And I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with what grouting is, but it's kind of like cement, just like. They perforate through the pipe, they go inside the pipe, perforate through, and they pump it with pressurized equipment, and it solidifies, it expands, and it safens from future failure of the road. Another issue that came up in this project was on the west side, we have a weird concrete structure. It's called W1. During the cleaning of the pipes, this structure also had a failure, right? The banks of it washed out, so essentially the canal drained out. We had to repair that. The contractors were gracious enough to work with us, even though we had not an approved change order at the time. But it was an emergency. We needed to fix stuff right then and there. This also caused damage to the existing sidewalk. We're already limited to just one sidewalk, right? So now that sidewalk was impacted. So they had to go and reconstruct a new path to get the pedestrians and everyone else through safely. And that's existing there. If you've driven by, you probably have seen that smaller path that we built to go around that damaged sidewalk area. And here you can see, again, started in June, some of the change orders that have taken place thus far. Change order number 3 was what I mentioned, the grout, the additional grout, right? So now we are looking at additional change orders for this. Essentially, we're adding the head wall. We're adding the pipe failure that occurred on the west side, like I mentioned. W1 had failed, and now we have to replace those pipes. We have to extend 3 extra pipes to accommodate for the new head wall, right? Now, when we do this, we don't blindly go and just tell the contractor to do it, right? So it has to be engineered. Somebody has to sign and seal this. They have to be responsible that what we put in is going to be in place for, foreseeable future. So we contracted out, the contractor actually had a basic engineering, and they're coming up with the wall design, and it's probably what has taken the longest to get here for me to present, because I've gone back and forth with them several times, right? So just a little knowledge, right? So you can engineer stuff, and you can do Fort Knox, and you could do something lesser. They were engineering Fort Knox in this case, right? So we had to go several back and forth as far as what the actual wall lengths were, what the thicknesses were, how high the wall needs to be, how much rebar needs to be, what the ratio of that rebar needs to be. So there was a lot of back and forth because Yeah, I agree, it needs to be safe, but it was overly, extremely, secure. They were really going on the factor of safety side. So we have come to negotiations back and forth, and now we are at the point where we're just about ready. And I don't have the file number, but what I have here shown is a not-to-exceed number, right? I think it's going to be a little bit lesser than that once we come to the final numbers, and I should have that fairly soon. I've been saying that for a couple of weeks now, but fingers crossed that I will have that soon. Really, that's all I have. I don't come to council very often, and when I do, I come to ask for money. So here it is, and I'm sure you guys are going to have a lot of questions also as well, so I'll entertain that now.
Questions?
I'm going to defer. Let someone else take the lead on this.
Councilperson Pontieri, go ahead.
All right, I will take the lead on this one. Obvious concerns, budgeting. How do we budget? How do we make sure we're entering into high-performance contracts and not continuously asking for more money? This is something I've been a steward of in other instances, and it's a concern. I understand that there were some things that came up that hurt this project, but at this point, how confident are you that we will not have more unexpected expenses with this project? And are we able to cut somewhere else because of unexpected expenses with this project?
That's a long question.
Sorry.
So, no, you're right. I think I talked longer before. I am confident that we're not going to have extra expenses. I'll probably say 95%, right? You can't always say 100% but we are at a point where we're probably 60, 70% complete in this project, and I can't have that much bad luck. That's something else.
I'll knock on wood for you.
Yeah, exactly, right? But furthermore, I'm also confident in what we're putting in is going to really stabilize the pipes and the road for the foreseeable future, and they really extend the life of this. That's what I'm most comfortable with, right? The main thing, switching from slip lining to this spin cast lining, that's a very durable material, and they're going really thick with what the application is calling for. We're going almost 3 inches thick. So we're going to have a very secure set of pipes moving forward. But on the first question, yeah, I'm probably like 95% that we won't have any future change orders. What was your second part?
I guess, so I'll kind of dissect the second question a little bit. What is the actual ask? Because the materials are a little unclear with regards to how much more money is being requested or needed for this project. And then have you all figured out where we're going to pull from other projects so that we don't have to increase our budget because of this?
Yeah, so this was originally budgeted through the FY22 loan that was acquired. That loan had 4 projects in mind. As the project started, it was already above what we had budgeted for, as was another project that was granted through this one, right? And I think this is a recurring theme that everyone has seen during the last year and a half, 2 years. Construction prices have gone up, material prices have gone up, labor prices have gone up. So what we did was we tabled, right? So we had 4 projects that we wanted to move on. We had to prioritize. What do we want to move forward that needs to be done first? The other one we could put second. We have a shelf ready, we have it permitted, then we just have to worry about funding that future years, right? So that's what we did. L4 was another project that was through this FY22 loan. So that one was given the go-ahead. That was an important one, and this was the second one. So the other project that now gets put on the table was the P1 weir structure, also on Belterre, probably just 2 miles south of this one. It's a very old weir. It does need replacing, but 1, this project had already started, and 2, this project also needed it, right? So it just it became the de facto one that needs the funds right now.
Okay, so I just want to encourage then our staff to make sure we're looking at where we can cut in other places, knowing that we are going to continue to probably have increasing construction, labor costs, things like that, to make sure that we are staying within budget and not and maybe even work in some of these kind of extra expenses in an anticipatory fashion so that we can stay within our budget for the fiscal year. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree, thank you.
So I agree with Councilperson Pontieri. I would add one more thing to it. So, you know, with rising, supply chain and rising costs, I mean, they're totally unpredictable at this point in time. So the question, the other way I'd like to look at this is, can we also feel comfortable that this investment is buying us a discount in the long term in terms of longevity of use? You used the term secure going forward. So I guess the confidence I'm looking for, to back up your point, is that this this expense, which is at the expense of another project, so even if it doesn't impact the budget directly, it's costing us a different project, or the timeline for a different project. Is this buying us a future on this infrastructure that would have cost us more 1 year, 3 years, 5 years from now, whenever it was?
Yes.
As an engineer, I'm asking you that. Are we building in that additional life into this piece of infrastructure?
Yeah, these types of rehabilitation extend the life. It essentially gives it another 40 years life, right?
40, okay.
How many
At
years?
the very least, yeah.
40, did you say?
At the very least, 40 more years of life without having to go through this whole rigmarole. You know, metal pipes and water are not a great combination. With time, and as you know, ITT, that's what was installed in most of our infrastructure, stormwater-wise. You know, so
I'm really looking for the 25% you owe me from your last presentation. So I'm trying to buy that back in the future longevity of this.
Well, I'll tell you what, you know, during these negotiations with Basic Engineering, I probably saved about $500,000. I'm not kidding, I could show you the documents. Just talking them down from lengthwise, height-wise, and so it's something you have to work hard at to try to get a bang for your buck, you know.
Thank you. Additional discussion or questions to this point? So I would open this item up to the public. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this agenda item at this time? Seeing no one come forward, I'll close public comment, come back to the dais. Any additional discussion? Okay, I'd look for a motion then.
I'll make a motion to approve it.
So I have a motion for approval from Vice Mayor Danko. Do I have a second?
Seconded.
A second from Council Member Clufus, and to change it up, all in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Does the clerk have the count? Thank you.
Motion passes 5-0.
We move now to other business.
So, council members, if you remember at the workshop, I said there would be an appeal that was coming up from the PLDRB's decision. This is that item. There is a specific code, section 21602, that dictates appeals and how those should go from PLDRB decisions. This is a quasi-judicial decision, so if there's been any ex parte communications on this matter, please disclose them now.
Anyone?
None.
No one has any.
Okay, so this is how this is going to, I'm just going to do a brief overview of how this is going to run. The clerk is going to swear in everybody that's going to speak today. As we talked about it at the workshop, that's going to be a new process that we're doing with every quasi-judicial matter. And then first we'll have staff's presentation, the appellant's presentation, public input, and then any closing argument by appellant or staff, and then rebuttal if necessary. At the end, there's specific language in your code that you're required to say when you make the motion. I've had staff put together a recommended motion that they'll show you on the board that has to be stated. But what you're looking at here is, and staff will go over it, you have the PLDRB that denied a variance. There's 5 variance criteria. Staff had recommended approval of that variance. The applicant argued their case too, and the PLDRB denied based on 2 of the criteria not being met, which staff will go into. So your 2 options here when we get to the end after both staff and the appellant's presentation is either to affirm the PLDRB's decision, so affirm that the variance should be denied or reverse the PLDRB's decision. And that will be the motion, and as I said, the code is very specific in the language that you should use, so we've got that ready for you. That's everything that I have, so staff, feel free. If there's no questions, feel
Are
free.
you going to swear us in?
Virginia's gonna do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. For those of you that will be testifying in this item, could you please rise and raise your right hand? Repeat. Sorry. Do you swear or affirm that the evidence you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you, council members. Ray Tyner, Deputy Chief Development Officer. This is a variance, and it is rare that we have appeals. You know, our land development code provides that process. Even, any final action by planning board or even a staff action, there's a process. And in this case, the applicant has appealed a Planning and Land Development Regulation Board decision. Estelle Lenz is going to go through the criteria and pretty much the same staff report that we provided to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Board. It is rare that city staff, with the criteria that we have in our code when it comes to variances, that we agree on all 5 of the criteria. It has been staff's long-term policy, if you meet 4 but don't meet 1, we recommend denial. In this specific case, when we went to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Board, we recommended approval because staff's professional opinion is that the applicant has met all 5 of the criteria. So with that said, a little bit of background, Ms. Lenz will have the staff presentation.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and council members. Estelle Lenz, City Planner. Excuse me. And as mentioned, this is an appeal of the decision of the Planning and Land Development Regulation Board for a variance for 54 Utica Path. As mentioned, this was a variance that was heard by the Planning and Land Development Regulation Board on September 20th. Staff recommended approval, and the Planning Board denied the request by a 4-2 vote. The Land Development Code, Section 2.16.02.b, excuse me, states that within 30 calendar days of the rendering of a decision by the Planning and Land Development Regulation Board, an appeal may be filed with the city clerk by the owner and abutting property owner or the land use administrator. An application together with the fees established by resolution shall be required. And this is basically going to be the same exact presentation that I did for the Planning and Land Development Regulation Board. I'm sorry, it is not brief because I do have to go through all of the required criteria. I just added a couple of dates that I'll point out for when it actually went to the board, and I added a slide about the Planning Board's denial. So this is a distant aerial. The request is for a variance to reduce the front yard setback by 8.73 feet on the left front corner. The required setback is 20 feet, and the requested setback is 11.27 feet. Closer in aerial just shows the property a little bit closer in. The applicant purchased 54 Utica Path in May of 2021. The future land use map shows the future land use map designation of the entire neighborhood as residential. To the west, there's institutional. This is actually where there are some Florida Power and Light power lines. And to the east is Greenbelt. The zoning map shows the neighborhood zoned as single-family residential, SFR2 and SFR3. The lighter colored parcels are SFR3, the darker ones are SFR2. To the west, you have public, semi-public zoning where the power lines are, and to the east is agricultural zoning. This is a history time frame for permit 2021-080255. In August of 2021, the applicant applied for a permit to construct a 2,162 square foot single-family home. The permit was put on hold because the left front corner of the house did not meet the required 20-foot setback. That site plan showed an 11-foot setback. On September 9th, 2021, the applicant provided a revised site plan which showed the left front corner setback 21 feet. So on September 17th, 2021, the permit was approved with the revised site plan. Construction began, and June 15th of 2020, the applicant submitted a foundation survey which showed the left front corner setback 11.27 feet. The permit was placed on hold because it did not meet the required setback. And on August 16th of 2022, the owner applied for a variance of the front yard setback. And then these are the dates I added. September 20th, 2022, the Planning and Land Development Regulation Board denied the request by a 4-2 vote. And on November 18th of 2022, the owner filed an application to appeal the decision, and this was within 30 days of the development order being signed as required by code. This slide shows the approved site plan on the left. It shows the front left corner with a 21-foot setback. It has the zoning approval stamp on it. And the survey on the right is the foundation survey that was submitted, and that shows the front left corner setback, just 11.27 feet. And the explanation the applicant provided was that when the surveyor went out to form the foundation on the property, he used the first survey that had been submitted showing the 11-foot setback, which was incorrect. It had been rejected, but that's what he used to form the foundation. And that is why the house was put in the wrong location, or the construction was begun in the wrong location. They said the mistake wasn't noticed because this lot was platted back in the 1970s. It's one of the originally platted ITT lots. The lot was platted to accommodate the road widening for a median. So you can see how the front property line here, the dark black line, cuts back pretty drastically to accommodate a median. In the aerial on the right, you can see the median doesn't start till over here. So the road was constructed in the same time in the 1970s. And the yellow line here shows the edge of pavement. It's very gradual. So, and you can see in the aerial, it very gradually widens almost where the property, after the property. So it really looks like this is just additional front yard, which the applicant explained that that's why the mistake wasn't noticed. Oops, wrong way. This is just a photograph showing the house as it's improved. It was a couple weeks ago. Again, you can see the front yard here, and the roadway, the actual pavement, does not start widening until you're almost past the lot. This is a portion of Table 3.3 of the Land Development Code. It shows the dimensional criteria for SFR2 zoning. The minimum lot size is 7,500 square feet. The minimum lot width is 60 feet. The maximum impervious ratio is 75%. The maximum building height is 35 feet. The minimum front setback, which is a subject of the variance, is 20 feet. The minimum rear setback is 6.5 feet. The minimum interior side setback is 7.5 feet. And if this was a corner lot, the street side setback would be 15 feet. And what follows now is the 5 review criteria from section 2.05.05 of the Land Development Code. All development orders must meet these 5 criteria. A, must not be in conflict or contrary to the public interest. Any deviation from the Land Development Code without adequate justification can be considered contrary to the public interest, and the applicant has provided a detailed justification. B, must be consistent with the provisions of the Land Development Code and the Comprehensive Plan. The findings are that although the Comprehensive Plan does not specifically address variances, the plan does provide for objectives and policies that promote the general character and quality of life. For example, Policy 1.1.5.1 stipulates that the Land Development Code shall include regulations and standards for all applicable zoning districts, including setback standards for primary and accessory structures. C, must not impose a significant liability or hardship on the city. Should the owners be granted a variance, no significant financial liability or hardship will be created for the city. D, must not create an unreasonable hazard or nuisance or constitute a threat to the general health, welfare, or safety of the city's inhabitants. The placement of the house on the lot does not create an unreasonable hazard, nuisance, or threat to the general health, welfare, or safety of the city's inhabitants. And E, must comply with all applicable government standards. If the variance is granted, the construction of the residence, other than the front yard setback, will comply with all other applicable local, state, and federal laws, statutes, ordinances, regulations, and/or codes. And then, in addition to the findings listed in section 2.05.05, which I just went over, for all development orders, variance applications shall be reviewed based on the following, and the code states, no application for a variance shall be approved unless the Planning and Land Development Regulation Board finds that the following standards are met, recognizing that the applicant bears the burden of proof. And the applicant has supplied their justification letter in the letter provided to council that was in the agenda packet. And the following are staff's findings. 1, special conditions and circumstances exist which are peculiar to the land, use, or building involved, and which are not applicable to other lands, uses, or buildings in the same zoning district. Staff finds that this standard is met. The front property line is irregular as it widens to accommodate a median in the right-of-way. There are other lots in the same zoning district with the same configuration. However, this is not typical, as most lots are rectangular in shape. 2, the special conditions and circumstances are not self-imposed and do not result from the actions of the applicant. And staff finds that this standard is met, as this lot was platted with this configuration and the road was paved back in the 70s and was like that when the lot was purchased by the applicant. It's not self-imposed. 3, literal interpretation of the provision of this land development code would deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the same zoning district under the terms of the land development code and would work unnecessary and undue hardship on the applicant. Staff finds that this standard is met. There is excess right-of-way at the front left corner of the house that is not needed by the city. A literal interpretation of the code would necessitate the applicant to demolish the existing construction and relocate the house at a substantial cost. The excess right-of-way is not needed for road improvements. 4, the variance is the minimum relief necessary that will make possible the reasonable use of the land or building, and staff finds that the standard is met. Staff finds that due to the configuration of the lot and the existing improved road, the edge of pavement, keeping the proposed location would appear to match other residences on SFR 2-zone lots, which comply with the front yard setback and would alleviate the applicant from the acknowledged expense to demolish and relocate the house on the lot. And 5, the granting of the variance will be in harmony with the general intent and purpose of the Land Development Code, and that such variance will not be injurious to the area involved or otherwise detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare, or injurious to other property in the area. And staff finds that this standard is met. The front setbacks are regulated to provide for protection of the road and aesthetics of the streetscapes. The excess right-of-way is not needed in front of the subject property, and the aesthetics will remain in harmony with other residences along the street. The proposed placement of the house will not be injurious to the area involved or otherwise detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare, or injurious to the other property in the area. Regarding public participation for the September 20th Planning and Land Development Regulation Board hearing, all abutting property owners were notified via U.S. certified mail on August 30th, which met the minimum requirement of 14 days prior to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Board hearing. One envelope had been returned as not deliverable as addressed. For this City Council hearing, all abutting property owners were notified again via U.S. certified mail on January 20th, 2023, which met the minimum requirement of 14 days prior to this City Council hearing, and we have not received any correspondence in favor or opposed to the request. Planning staff finds that this request meets all 5 standards for approval of a variance. The subject property has an irregular front property line, which was platted this way to accommodate the construction of a median in the roadway. The road and median were constructed several years ago, back in the 1970s when it was platted, and the actual improvements leave excess right-of-way adjacent to the setback encroachment. Therefore, the home as placed on the lot is not incongruous with the neighborhood, and staff recommended approval. This is the slide that I added for this presentation. The Planning and Land Development Regulation Board found that the request did not meet standards 1 and 2 for variance approval. One being that special conditions and circumstances exist which are peculiar to the land use or building involved and which are not applicable to other lands, uses, or buildings in the same zoning district. And 2, the special conditions and circumstances are not self-imposed and do not result from the actions of the applicant. And the staff's recommendation is that pursuant to section 2.16.02.c.1.I of the Land Development Code, staff recommends that City Council make the following motion reversing the Planning and Land Development Regulation Board's variance denial for application number 5196. I move that the City Council find that the following facts presented and reviewed are competent substantial evidence to reverse the Planning and Land Development Regulation Board's action. 1, special conditions and circumstances exist. The front property line is irregular as it widens to accommodate a median in the right-of-way. Most lots are rectangular in shape. 2, the special conditions and circumstances are not self-imposed. The owner purchased the property in its current configuration and did not create the lot. 3, literal interpretation of the Land Development Code would result in undue hardship on the applicant. The existing construction would need to be demolished. 4, the variance is the minimum relief necessary that will make possible the reasonable use of the existing construction. And 5, the granting of the variance will be in harmony with the general intent and purpose of the Land Development Code and will not be injurious to or otherwise detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare or other property in the area. And the applicant is in attendance, and they do have a presentation as well, which I will pull up.
Mayor, if I can, so your city council rules and procedures provide that no meeting can be permitted to continue past 11 o'clock. And so before that time, you have to establish a new time limit, or the meeting goes to, if you don't act on it, it's continued to 9 a.m. tomorrow.
City Council, I will ask you, are you agreeable to extending the meeting till no later than 11:30?
Yeah, I don't think we have any choice.
No, you have choice.
Yeah, not
I'm
a good
agreeable.
choice.
Are you
Yeah.
agreed?
Yeah.
You agreed?
I've got no
You agreed?
plans.
After everything I've heard, can we just cut to the chase here and make a motion? I think we've heard enough. Yeah.
Thank you.
But I just have a question of council. Do we really need a presentation from the applicant?
Yes,
We do.
I think so.
Okay.
Make it brief, but.
Make it very.
Good afternoon, Council.
And
Vincent
I'm sorry, I don't,
Sullivan.
and Vice Mayor, I don't say that in jest.
I know, okay.
So this is special circumstance. We're being asked to make a decision here, which has,
Got it.
Councilperson Pontieri had said before, has great import, and could be precedential. So I think we owe it to the public, to the applicant, and everyone else to make sure that we hear all the evidence that's available. So thank you.
Thank you,
Please
Mayor.
proceed.
Vincent Sullivan, Chimento Law, on behalf of the applicant, INB Fund. In lieu of bringing my client up to testify in an effort to keep it brief, we'll go ahead and run through the 5-slide PowerPoint. I, again, put up the 5 provisions that city staff just went over. I'm not going to go through them in detail. I'm just going to focus on number 1 and number 2, which is what the PLDRB took issue with. The first being the special condition exists and it's peculiar to the land. It's peculiar to the land, as staff has said, to where the excess right-of-way between the edge of pavement and the front of the property line is abnormal. That's, most of the lots in the community are that standard 80 by 120. This is a different one where it starts to widen out for the median, and you can see that red line that's been added to that photograph is another angle of that edge of pavement. And again, just showing that edge of pavement, that difference between the edge of pavement and the front of the property line, and that excess space is far in excess of anything else in that neighborhood. The second condition is not self-imposed. As you heard staff testify, this was originally submitted with that, I think it was 8.7 foot difference on the setback that didn't comply with the LDC. Building department properly rejected the building permit. We did a new site plan and moved the property back. the form boards were put up incorrectly by the folks that laid the foundation, and it wasn't realized until the property was dried in. We've got roof, we've got windows, we've got doors, we've got stucco on the exterior. We have a shell of a home sitting here. And as we all know with the supply chain issues we've been having, to ask an applicant to tear down this structure is going to be not only a significant cost disadvantage, but a time disadvantage and a disadvantage to us as a city for our housing inventory, which thankfully is coming back, but it's not at the state it was. So we would share these pictures to show you that the front line of this house aligns with those other neighbors that are right next to each other. The other side of this property is vacant land right now, and they will be required to have the appropriate setbacks from the median and the roadway. So we would request that you overturn the PLDRB and grant approval of our variance. And happy to answer any questions, and again, the owner is here as well.
Are there questions of the applicant?
I have none.
I have a couple questions, but they're for city staff, and I don't know if we want to. Okay, so on the picture that we just saw, I understand standard one is that special circumstances must exist, but literally the property right across the street is the exact same configuration. We have a lot of homes on these types of streets with these middle medians where the property lines are very similar, if not almost identical. And that was one of the reasons that PLDRB denied this request. Mr. Albin specifically says that in the meeting minutes, that this is not a peculiarly shaped lot. And this, I think, encourages and I'm not indicating that your client did this, but it allows to pour concrete now, ask for forgiveness later type of mentality. So I don't want to set a precedent of that nature. So if you could explain to me why this lot is special when we know that there are a lot of lots just like this that exist.
I think what Ms. Lynn's presented, that it is rare. I mean, we do have some of these old ITT lots that have the median, right? So in our professional opinion, it does meet that criteria. And further, you know, setting up a precedent, we don't have many variances, but setting up a precedent, we would take each variance at the face when they come. And I do want to say, after this had happened, we city staff have been proactive, and we have contacted every one of our surveyors that do work in the area, and we've sat down with them on a Zoom and going through these workshops and working with them to see what we can do to make this a better process. Even though it's rare, we want to make sure that this doesn't happen again. So we're actively working with the survey crews and saying, hey, we're starting to see some of these mistakes. What can we do to help you to make your job better? And it's been very effective so far, and we continue those discussions.
And thank you for that. I am happy to hear that. And go ahead.
Can I just add real quick? Yep, variances are specific to the lot. So precedent setting is not usually an issue because they're very specifically tailored to the request that's being made. It doesn't set precedents for others to be able to do it too. That's not even a factor that comes into consideration. So I heard that term thrown around a few times, so I just want to make that clear, that in a variance setting, not saying for anything else, but particularly.
From the legal side, I agree with your point that it cracks the door, and it doesn't prevent others from coming forward, whether they're right or wrong, to ask because they see this and then they could be proven wrong. But so I understand both sides. Your question is well put.
The only other question, or I guess just point I want to make is that if we approve this is the second time that we are overruling essentially our PLDRB, and deference should be given to our PLDRB. We have them for a reason. So I just want to caution as we move forward as a council, considering why the decisions are made by our board before we make our decisions.
Any other questions? I will now open up, you're done with your presentation? Yes. I'll open up for public comment. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this issue at this time? And just remind me that there was no public comment back from the mailings that were done.
That's correct.
Yeah. Okay.
Neither in favor nor opposed. We had no public comment
So back to the dais now. you know, the options to, the remedies are approval. A remedy is not practical to move a house. A remedy is to level the house, rather onerous. Another remedy is to change the,
Well, there's two options.
Yeah.
To affirm the Planning and Land Development Regulation Board's action or to reverse it.
no,
But-
but to change the, not the variance, there's a geographical change that could be made that the city could do, right? Change the
Oh, well-
configuration of the.
The right-of-way,
right-of-way.
vacate a portion of the right-of-way.
Vacating part of the right-of-way, which is also precedential and onerous.
Well, vacating the right-of-way has its own standard
own
criteria,
standards
which,
as
and
well.
one of them is what's the public benefit? It can't be just solely a private benefit.
All right, so is there other comment at this time? If not, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Yeah, well, we
So
agree.
I will pass the, that's all right. I don't think you have to.
You can just put it right there.
Okay, he gets it. Can I see the motion, please? I move that the city council find that the following facts presented and reviewed are competent substantial evidence to reverse the Planning and Land Development Regulation Board's action. 1, special conditions and circumstances exist. The front property line is irregular as it widens to accommodate a median in the right-of-way. Most lots are rectangular in shape. 2, the special conditions and circumstances are not self-imposed. The owner purchased the property in its current configuration and did not create the lot. 3, literal interpretation of the LDC would result in undue hardship on the applicant. The existing construction would need to be demolished. 4, the variance is the minimum relief necessary that will make possible the reasonable use of the existing construction. And 5, the granting of the variance will be in harmony with the general intent and purpose of the LDC and will not be injurious to or otherwise detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare or other property in the area. That is my motion.
Seconded.
Do I still have the gavel? I'm passing it back to you.
Not
Oh,
yet.
air toss, gotcha.
All right, is there any more discussion on this issue with council? No. Okay, if I could have a voice vote.
Mayor Alphen?
I said voice vote, just like a yay or nay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, gotcha. All those in favor?
Oh, I'm sorry, that's me. Yes, all right. I'm waiting for you to do your job. I'm sorry, but I'm doing your job. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say nay. The ayes have it.
Pass the gavel back.
No, I like the gavel. I'm keeping it. No, you can have the gavel back.
We move forward to the consent agenda. Council, are there any comments on the consent agenda items?
I have none.
No.
I make a motion to approve.
Wait.
Oh, public.
Wait.
Wait.
I want to see every council member getting their,
Okay, I thought everyone did.
none. Okay. I have none as well. I would open the consent agenda up to the public. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on the consent agenda? Seeing no one approach the podium, I will close public comment. Is there any further discussion? I will ask for a voice vote on this agenda item. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Are there any opposed? Does the
Mr. Danko, or Vice Mayor Danko, and I'll second it. Yeah.
clerk has the count?
Yes, motion passes 5-0.
All right, we move now to final public participation. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on any items that were not a part of the earlier agenda? Please come forward now. Seeing no one come forward, I will close public comment. I will ask City Council, is there any additional discussion?
I was going to go deep into something, but considering the lateness of tonight, I will just make a recommendation and save the motion I was going to make till our next business meeting. As you all know, our great attorney sent an example of how we could do a prayer and invocation before a council meeting. I hope everyone had a chance to read through it. I think it's a great idea. I want us to adopt this. There are some, she did not write it specifically for us, but there are some things that I would possibly want to tweak in it, as I'm sure others might too. So if we could all just sort of keep in mind that the next business meeting I will bring this up, and hopefully it won't be this late, and we
May
can
I suggest
get
you
through
bring it up at the next workshop?
Well, I think we discussed it at a workshop already.
Only because if it's going to be rewritten, would you want?
Well, okay, sure, we could discuss it at the next workshop, that's fine.
Is that all right or no?
So I just want clarification. Is there a consensus on the city council for me to draft an invocation policy for the city of Palm Coast to consider?
Yes, I think that we made that clear at the last
Right,
meeting,
but
that
I
we
think
would like you to
want
do
to have
that.
a little bit of input into it. I have some suggestions. I'm sure everyone has some great suggestions, so if we could wait till
Yeah,
the next
I
business
mean,
meeting.
I have questions as well. That's why I'm suggesting workshop, because I'm not clear on the process.
I'm good with that.
And you'll come back with, so at the next
So I
workshop,
can do a draft for
You can do a
Palm Coast,
draft.
and then you guys just give me comments at the next workshop?
that is
And I
fine.
could integrate
Right,
those, and then
right.
you would adopt it?
Right, right. And I know our city manager needs a little time to implement whatever it is that we do. It's not that simple, and so that's great. That's all I have,
Good.
and that's it.
Councilperson Pontieri, any final council discussion for this evening?
Just a couple things.
Yeah.
I want to wish our Assistant City Manager a happy birthday in 57 minutes. And also thank everybody who contributed to Tunnel to Towers. It was a great event, really good job, really good turnout, awesome, just really good feel-good time. And then also a shout out, happy birthday to Miss Renina Fuller, who is also an employee of our city, so thank you.
Nicely done. I have no comments for this evening. I'll go right to City Council.
I have one comment. Happy birthday, Councilmember Carly Pontieri. It's her birthday today,
Birthday.
and she got a super long meeting as a present, so there you go.
Very good.
Nice. 57 more minutes, we ended up here, right?
Yeah, right.
Perfect.
We almost missed it.
Sir, would you like to take us out with your comments?
I have a few comments, but they can wait until next week. NASA covered my comment very nicely. Happy birthday, and thank you for your commitment tonight.
Would entertain a motion to adjourn?
make that motion.
Second?
Seconded.
All in favor, aye? Aye. Thank you.